your rubric scarab, and I steal your satellite. I want your wife to be mine, baby tonight, baby tonight. I choose to steal what you choose to show, and you know I will not apologize. You're mine for the taking. I'm making a career of evil. 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 Pay me to be your surgeon. I'd like to pick your brain, capture you, inject you, and leave you kneeling in the rain, kneeling in the rain. I choose to steal what you choose to show, and you know I will not apologize. You're mine for the taking. I'm making a career of evil. I'm making a career of evil. Yeah, I'm making a career of evil. Yeah, I'm making a career of evil. I'd like your blue-white horseshoe, and I'd like your emerald horny toad, and I'd like to do it to your daughter on a dirt road. And then I spend your ransom money, but still I keep your sheep. And then I build the mask you're wearing, and then I rob you of your sleep, rob you of your sleep. 'Cause I choose to steal what you choose to show, and you know I will not apologize. You're mine for the taking. I'm making a career of evil. I'm making a career of evil. I'm making a career of evil. I'm making a career of evil.
Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you're the best.
I got my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Got my hair real big, beauty queen style, high heels off, I'm feeling alive. Every breath in the wild. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you're the best. Got that summertime sadness. Sister, summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. I'm feeling electric tonight. Cruising down the coast, going about 99. Got my bad baby by my every side. I know if I go, I'll die happy tonight. Oh my God, I'm feeling everywhere for a while. Feeling like a family now. Everywhere I was carefree and more. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know, baby, you're the best. Got that summertime sadness. Just a summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. We'll miss you forever, like the stars miss the sun. Morning sky, it is better than ever. Even in your storm, I'm gonna dry. Got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. Give me all the joy and summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Time my hair. Baby, you're the best. That summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh.
Hey, what if I farted into it? I don't know. Be my guest.
I like that. It says,
Hey, what if
it
I
said no
farted into it?
babies were harmed in the making of this.
Yeah,
I
no
like
bad
that.
babies. No bad babies were harmed.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Where It Begins with Blue Unicorn Part 2. I thought I took that down. There we go. That's better.
Blue Unicorn's alter ego, technically.
Blue Unicorn's alter ego.
Yeah, although I am wearing this shirt that Valerie made for me. It says, "What is a blue unicorn and why is it important?"
See, that's bad. Valerie made that? That's awesome.
Yeah, it was like when I went and did like I hadn't done an open mic in like 20 years, and I was talking in one of her chats about I was thinking about going down to the East End and doing an open mic or something, and she goes, "Hey, did you guys hear Blue Unicorn and me are gonna go do an open mic?" And I was like, "What?" And so I showed up
Mhm.
there, and she had this shirt for me, and I was just like, oh.
That is awesome.
I don't
I'm
think
still
these are
waiting to
available at her store though. Only just the other ones.
I'm still waiting to hear from her because I'd love to have her on, but
Oh yeah. I think I don't know. I heard she was going on vacation or something. She's probably getting ready for that. Hey, I see Lily Pillies in the house. Hey, Lily Pillies, I sent Deeds a bass line, and he did a thing to it, and it's my audition tape for bass player in your guys' band for the USA tour. Just to let you know. So you'll have to go check that out.
yeah, we got
We got all
Rogue,
kinds of
Silver
folks. We got
Girl,
Independent Mary,
Pookie, Anon.
Independent Manny. Sorry, I read that wrong. Ray Pierce, Ed Hen,
Ray Pierce,
Roque, Independent. I
Lily
said that one already.
Pillies,
Joe Kerr.
uh, Pole
Oh, and
Vault.
my Blue Unicorn has a new nemesis. Everybody, and they are in the chat right now. Every good hero needs a nemesis, and so Fab Daddy and I agreed the Fab Daddy could be my nemesis. So if he's talking trash about me in there, it's all part of the job. Okay.
It's he's just doing his job, just doing his. You hear that, Joker? Joker is like my Joker and Indy are like my top mods. So
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
he's just
seriously,
doing his job.
don't block him because
Right.
he and I have been going at it. So you hear that, Fab Daddy? You better bring it. But anyway, hello everybody. Thank you all for joining us tonight on the Steve Harloha Entertainment Hour.
Or two or three, depending.
So yeah,
I
what's
have
been going
gone
on?
I have gone 24 hours before. So
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh
that's not
man,
easy.
I don't
But
really do the live stream thing very often. People ask me to, and I'm like, not tonight. People are sleeping, or I'm not up to it, or whatever.
when I first started doing it was like 2 hours. After 2 hours, I'm like, oh my back, I can't sit. Because I'm not used to sitting in one spot. It's like, oh god.
Oh
But
right,
now 6 hours will go by, and I'm like, is it 6 hours already? Really? It's like it only seemed like an
right.
hour. So
Yeah, I was a professional driver for many years, so whenever I was at work, I'd just be sitting on my butt all day long. And so when I was not working, I just didn't ever sit down. And I was like, dude, sit down. You're making everybody nervous. I don't want to
right.
sit down. I've just been sitting down for 8 hours.
Yep. That's I'm the same way because I've been plumbing for 30 years, and even when I'm plumbing, I'm on my knees or on my back or under a counter. So I'm always or I'm driving in between jobs. So
Right.
sitting all that time, and
Chad Freeman's in the
everyone's like,
house.
no, everyone's sit down, have a seat. No, you don't understand how uncomfortable that is.
Right. Oh, man. I helped a guy do a tile job one time, and my knees just hated me for weeks.
Oh man, tile
And I was
job.
even
Oh,
wearing
I
knee
can
pads and
imagine.
everything. It just like bruised him or whatever. I don't know. I'm just not meant for hard work.
Especially tile or carpet. Any kind of flooring is. I mean, plumbing's bad for your knees, but any kind of flooring is worse, way worse.
Oh yeah, it was a nightmare. Oh, and like I was wearing these rubber gloves to and because I was the mud guy, so I had the tile and I put the mud on it, set it over here, and the rubber gloves just kept getting cut, and so I was like, whatever. So I didn't use them, and then by the end of the job, like all of my fingertips were just. I mean, you couldn't even touch anything. It was just like electricity flowing through there. It was terrible. So always wear your gloves.
Oh yeah, this reminds me of the first when I was a teenager. My son was just born, and my son's grandpa was doing a roof, and so he. I mean, it was like kind of like one of my first jobs, hard labor jobs. 2.5 days on the roof, sun tearing the old one off and everything. I had a blister on my hand that was as big as the palm of my hand. Like
Oh damn.
the whole palm of my hand was a blister. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's a reason that people invented like safety gear and protective
Right.
equipment, things like that.
It's
But whatever. You learn, you live and you learn.
it. You either follow the rules or you learn the hard way, or
Yeah.
you know.
Sometimes learning the hard way is the way to learn.
That's honestly that's
It's
the
like
way I
trying to
look
tell
at
your
it.
kid, quit jumping on the bed, you're going to get hurt. And they don't know what you mean until they get hurt. And then they go, oh, that's what you meant.
E- Exactly. That's I actually prefer to learn the hard way on most things because then you understand it more too. It's not
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
it's like,
It's
oh,
like trying to
that's
just,
why.
trying to describe a mangosteen to somebody. If nobody's ever seen a mangosteen, you can describe it all day long and they don't know what you're talking
Yep.
about.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys have mangosteen. I don't think they grow in Hawaii. I think they're more
Mm.
equatorial. Anyway, that is what she said, Blue. Or Ed. Why am I calling Ed Blue? But Ed is right. That is what she said. I don't know what she said, but she said that.
She definitely said it.
Whatever it was, it was
Definitely
said.
said it.
What else we got? So yeah, it's funny because I'm so used to like watching the chat that I'm not paying attention that I'm on a show right now.
Right?
I think last time I was on the show, I didn't even see the chat. Anyway, so what's been going on down there in the islands, man? It's been a while since I've been here.
Same old, same old.
Yeah,
Work's still slow, and yeah, that's about it.
yeah,
But
pretty much same here. It's been raining here for months, and finally, so it's like it's either raining and thunderstorming or it's like 95 degrees. So mostly it's just rain, and then it's hot for 2 days, and then more rain. So
and then it gets all sticky
yeah,
after it
yeah,
rains, and it gets hot, and then it's like,
yeah. I think we stole Oregon's weather this year or something because it feels like Oregon.
because here, if it rains here, it's like like they say out here is if you don't like the weather in Hawaii, wait 15 minutes. Because if it
Yeah,
rains here in
we say the
15
same thing
minutes,
here.
there'll be a rainbow and the sun will be out.
Right.
But
Yeah, it's the same thing
sometimes,
here.
rarely, but once in a while, it'll rain and then like a whole day and a half, and it's like it's still raining. Like what the hell's going on? Because it never
Yeah, yeah.
rains for.
Well, see, we
Or if
used to
it starts
drive.
raining, just drive down the street, drive 2 miles away, and it won't be raining
Bingo.
anymore. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah. Just go down the block because like we joke about that. If you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes. But then when I moved to Oregon, like it became a reality. Like I'd be driving in my taxi, it'd be pouring rain, just like you said, and then you drive 2 blocks and now you're in a hole in the sky. There's no more rain and sun shining through. But there was one day I woke up and it had snowed. And then I drove around in the snow for a while. Then the snow all melted. And then it was raining. And then it was sunny and bright. And then it started to rain again. And then it was raining and snowing at the same time, all in one day. And I was like, okay, that Colorado thing we say about wait 10 minutes, they need to come here for.
Right?
Because holy moly, that was nuts. We had like
That's like
four
Mother
seasons in one
Nature.
day.
That's like Mother Nature having mixed emotions.
Yeah. It's like I felt like I was a year older all of a sudden.
You
Anyway,
went through all 4 seasons in 8 hours.
one day. In one day,
Yep.
yeah, it was nuts. But that was always fun. Driving taxi in Oregon was a blast because here in Colorado I grew up learning how to drive on the snow, so I can do like donuts, and we do this thing called a Colorado U-turn where you crank the wheel to one direction and then just put it in reverse and floor it, and the car goes and just turns like that, and then you can
Yep.
go.
Yep.
Like, and so in Oregon, I lived in like Corvallis, which was in the valley, and you'd hear everybody say, "Oh, it never snows here." Well, no, it snows there every year, just one time, and it's a major freaking storm, like several feet of snow. And so Man, when you're driving a taxi in an Oregon town when it's snowing, your phone just never stops ringing. They're like, I can't drive in this; it's dangerous. And I'm out there like
Right.
doing donuts and drifting around turns and stuff. it
Yeah,
was a
that's like
blast.
me because yeah, growing up in Detroit, you have to know how to drive in the snow, or
Right?
you just can't drive. But
Yeah, you just don't
and then
drive.
I mean, it doesn't snow here, obviously, but on some of the islands it does. But um, I just imagine like people when it rains out here, that's like there's snow and everyone freaks out, and I'm like, but I get it. They never driven in the snow, so I get it. But I'm like, man, what would they
Right.
do if it snowed? Holy shit, everyone would be screwed.
Well, I
But I'd be
remember.
doing the same thing. I'd be
Right. I
doing
remember in the
donuts.
90s when Enron pretty much bankrupted California, and so all these California folks started to move to Colorado. And so, like, that first winter, you'd be driving just down the road in between, like, Loveland and Fort Collins, and you'd see there's like 10 cars in the ditch all along the road, and all of them are upended like this with a California license plate sticking off the back of the car. I said, oh, yeah. Yeah, we have this stuff here. It's called snow, and it's
Right.
kind of slippery.
Right.
you
Just a
should
little bit,
probably
just a little
you could
slippery.
probably
That's
yeah.
funny. I got to be honest though. The first time I went to, I drove in the snow since I was driving, and the first road trip I took to Colorado, to Grand Junction, Colorado, from Detroit, and that was the first time I ever drove in the mountains.
Oh yeah,
And
those are
I was
mountains, all
white
right.
knuckling it because there was no guardrails, but I'm looking
Yep.
to the side and it's just straight down, and there's semis just,
Yeah, and you drive by
I'm
this
just
thing that
white
says
knuckling it,
runaway truck ramp, and you're like, I wonder what that
right?
means.
But I shocked myself because I'm like, I know how to drive in the snow, but I'm just not used to the side of the mountain and no guardrail. Like if I slipped off this, I'm just not going in a ditch. I'm
Oh yeah, no, you're going down for a while.
right.
Yeah,
But then,
there's a highway right by my house that goes all the way up to the Continental Divide, and it's exactly that. When you're driving up there, there's no guardrail. You're driving through a cloud, and you have no idea where the road goes.
right,
And if you
yeah,
go off that road, I mean, you go off the road, off of Earth for a moment, and then you crash into it again very abruptly.
abruptly.
So yeah, I mean, it's no joke driving around in the mountains up here, man. People, if you're not used to it, just
Yeah, that was the thing for
and they don't
me.
know. You see people riding their brakes all the way down the mountain, and they don't realize your brakes are going to get really hot and they're going to stop working. I learned
Yeah.
that once when I was 16 down in Gunnison.
See,
Not a good
learned the
day.
hard way.
Well, I didn't actually crash, but damn, I thought we were gonna. That's a fact. I thought we were all gonna die that day. Cause man, you're going like 80 miles an hour down the freaking, and you're trying to weave and stuff, but you're not slowing down. The brakes are just liquid. It's terrible. I was not prepared for that kind of
Damn.
driving, but I am now.
Or like what happened to me 2 weeks ago. I was doing 70 on the highway all the way in the left lane, and my front right tire just completely
Oh,
blew out.
yeah,
Completely.
that'll
I was
learn
like,
you real
ah,
quick.
shit. So in this, it was weird though. Everything just went slow motion instead of like freaking out and panicking. Like,
Yeah.
everything just slowed down, and I'm like, all right, I gotta look where the cars are. I gotta get all the way over. I gotta slow down at the same time. No, didn't cause an accident. Nothing, and I made it all the way over. It was just weird. I was thinking
That's
back
weird how
on
that
that.
works. So I know that slow motion you're describing. They say it's
Yeah,
because our eyes are only able to see 64 frames per second or something like that. And so like when something is happening really fast and you're looking around and stuff, everything's happening in snapshots rather than fluid motion.
right.
And I remember getting in a wreck when I was like 19 and the car spun around and I remember very vividly three snapshots of what happened. I saw a car
Yeah.
coming, I saw the windshield smash, and then I saw myself on the passenger side floor because I was not wearing my safety belt.
It,
But yeah, three very distinct, vivid images that are seared into my brain from that wreck. And then the song by I had this cassette tape of DI, which is his old punk rock band from California. And As soon as all of the crashing stopped, there was just silence except for the song Richard hung himself, Richard hung himself. It happened just the other day. And I will always remember that too because it was such a apropos song for the guy who just pulled out in front of somebody and got in a wreck.
Right.
It was just perfect timing, you know. But anyone who doesn't know DI, if you ever saw the movie Suburbia, they were in that movie. Like not the
Oh
new
yeah, I know that movie.
Suburbia. Suburbia, the one that had like Mike Balzery or AKA the Flea was in it from Red
Yep.
Hot Chili Peppers, and I think TSOL was in that movie, and I'm trying to think who else. The Vandals were in that movie. So it was like an old underground punk rock movie from like the 80s.
Yeah, I remember that movie. It's,
Somewhere in my movie collection here, I've got it on VHS somewhere. But I've seen it so many times I could just tell you guys the story. So it starts off with this girl. Oh, wait. No, I guess you just go watch it.
that's all we get is it starts off with this girl.
Yeah, she's running away from home. And what how's it go? Somebody gets hit by a car right in front of her, and then she takes off and she runs into these punk rockers that are squatting in some house in some abandoned suburb of California. And anyway, it goes on from there, and then they do a bunch of punk rock stuff, and then they go to see some bands, and then there's a bunch of rednecks that are trying. Anyway, it's a pretty typical movie.
Yeah, I have to watch because I know I seen it. I remember it. I remembered it right away. But it's one of those I only seen it once, and a long time ago.
Oh yeah, I watched it a lot more than once. But what are you gonna do? There's a bunch of good movies from back then. There was Dogs in Space was another good one. That was had Michael Hutchins from NXS in it, but it was like
No kidding.
before it was like before they were famous, and it was about these punk rock guys that had this band. And uh, I always call frozen burritos. I call those microwave bricks because that's what he called it when they were in the convenience store. He was gonna get a microwave brick.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
look that because I've never even heard of that one. Dogs in
yeah,
space.
yeah. Dogs in Space. That was the name of the band. But yeah, he was in it. I think it was like right around the time when NXS was first kind of starting to get famous.
And then that
But
didn't last long either, unfortunately, because
hmm,
they were.
well,
I thought they were a great band.
yeah, you sign contracts with the mob though, and then you tend to die accidentally somehow.
Yeah, kind of like selling your soul, right? Like,
Yeah, well I just watched this. There's a documentary on YouTube, and I can't remember what it's called, but it all had to do with how the mob got involved in the music industry in the United States. And for the longest time, like, you could not get into the music industry without these mob connections. And like one, for instance, was Bob Dylan, right? So Bob Dylan had this manager who got him signed on to this deal, but it turned out that he was working for the mob. And so the lawyer was trying to get him out of that deal, and then his lawyer got murdered, and then he got this new lawyer, and then from then on, he just basically worked for the mob. And he couldn't get out
damn,
of the contract. They had already killed his lawyer or his manager. Anyway, it
yeah.
was crazy business, man. Crazy. You know,
Made an
Holly.
example of that lawyer, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you
Like, you
know,
sure you want to get out? Only
yeah.
one way out.
So, but anyway, but that's the great thing about this internet thing that we're doing now is that, people can get famous all on their own. They don't need the mob or the record
Or record
industry.
labels or any of
Yeah.
that shit. Yep.
So I'm all for getting famous on the internets, people. Help
Oh
make Blue
yeah.
Unicorn's alter ego famous on the internets. Need some of that internet money.
So you've
So
been working
yeah.
on anything new lately? Or any new
Well,
songs you've been working on or
I wrote that new song, and I'm in the process of recording it. I just started the project yesterday. So for me, it's like once I get into the project, it's really easy to do it. it's just the starting the project that is kind of hard because I have that procrastination syndrome or whatever that's called. And but yeah, yesterday I recorded a spring metronome so that I can start recording the song. I'm gonna get because see Blue Unicorn proper took away my keys to the unicornium, so I'm not allowed to really post any videos until I write this new song. And I wrote the new song, so now I can go do open mics and things, but I still can't post videos until I get that new song recorded. At least those are the rules he told me. I don't know. It's very confusing. But so
Hey,
yeah,
so
that's
bossy.
basically what I'm doing now. Is I'm just starting to record the new song. Uh, what else did I do? I recorded a couple of bass lines that I had just laying around, um, and sent those off to Deedsville Network Entertainment. If you guys all know Deedsville, and
Yep.
he,
Yep.
I said, here you go, Deeds. This is a song. It's just kind of a bass exercise I play. It's never been a song or anything, and so he rearranged it a bunch, put a bunch of horns and things in it, made it all funky, and it's pretty cool. Uh,
That's cool.
Other than that, I haven't really been doing much. Just been chilling around the house. You know.
Uh, I actually wrote a song, but now I need to put music to it. And my buddy Creek Squad, we just got to find time to get together on the internet like this, backstage or something, and because he plays guitar. But
Nice.
I was gonna say, if you're interested on helping that song become a reality, because I'm not a musician, I just write the lyrics.
Yeah. Well,
Well, how about this? I
I,
can send you the
I
lyrics.
I'm
You
a
can
very
read them,
lazy
and then
person.
right. Well, me too. That's why I just
I
write
could tell
lyrics.
you that I'm gonna help you do that thing, but whether I do it or not is a whole other thing. I'm supposed to be helping uh, this other guy with a song, and but I don't know. I don't know. I'm not real good at it. I mean, I could do it. It's just I don't know. I'm very lazy, and I have to be
I'm the
motivated
same
to
way.
like get things done.
That's why I just write the lyrics. I'm the same way. Or I'll be like, yeah,
Sure.
I'll help you when I get around to it. Well, when's that? Whenever, when I get around to it.
Well, I guess the easiest way to describe me, my nature is like just pretend that I'm walking down the street. Ooh, shiny. That's me. I get distracted very easily. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to be doing this thing. Oh, but that reminds me, I wanted to do this other thing, and then I'll go do that thing, and then this other thing, and then I'll forget this thing I was supposed to do. And
Dude,
anyway,
we have a lot
yeah,
in common. Trust me, I know exactly what you're saying. I'm the same
yeah,
exact
yeah.
way.
I don't know.
That's why
I
it
let,
takes me
yeah,
a while to write a lyrics for a complete song too, because I'll get to like the second verse or even just the chorus, and halfway through I start think because one word makes me think of, and then half hour later I'm like doing something completely different. I'm like, what was I just doing? Like
exactly,
shit.
exactly. Like when I try to write lyrics, I'll have like a pile of wadded up paper on the floor. I'm just like, this is dumb. But whenever I get like an idea, like that's when I'm just trying to write a song. Like I have no reason to write the song. I just like for instance, back when I had the band, um, like originally, the drummer also played guitar and sang music. The guitarist also wrote songs and sang, and then I wrote songs and sang. And so we would switch up. Like sometimes I would play the drums, sometimes I'm on guitar, sometimes I'm on bass. And so it was pretty easy to just have like a full set list. But then we kicked out the original drummer for reasons. And so then it was just down to me and the guitar player. And he was more interested in doing cover songs than original songs. And then I had all these original songs, but they didn't rock, so they didn't want to play them. And so our set list, it got boring. We'd play the same damn songs every time we'd play. And so I said, well, we need more songs to pad the set list. And I just try to zippity doo dah some songs. And, they would just. I'd be like, this is dumb, wad that up, throw it away. This is dumb, wad that up, throw it away. Okay, this will work. And so I have a couple of songs I don't really like to sing because they don't really mean anything to me, you know? Whereas on the other hand, when I finally get the idea of what I'm going to write, then it comes really easily. It's like if I'm trying to do it, then I'm trying too hard. But when I'm doing it, then it's just easy. I don't even have to try. It just happens.
Yep.
But I'm very particular about the way I write songs, and they can't just be very forward, and it's always got to be like mystical or some kind of puzzle to solve, or some kind of it's written
No,
in
yeah, no.
prose and analogies and things like that.
And I prefer music like that. That's not just, you know, easy, like, yeah, very straightforward. And, instead of I went to the store and bought some groceries and came home, it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
shit.
Well, there was this taxi customer I had, and she would just sit in the back in the middle seat and just mumble, mumble, mumble. And you could never really tell if she was talking to you or if she was just talking to herself. But she'd always just be like, yeah, and then we're gonna like go to the store, and I was gonna buy some groceries, but I wasn't really sure what kind of groceries to buy, and so I just kind of wandered around the store, and she's just mumbling like that. And one day she told me that she was an author and that she's a self-published author, and I said, oh, awesome. And so she gave me one of her books, and I'm reading it, and she goes, and so I'm reading the book, and I'm imagining her mumbling voice in the back seat going, well, so we were in the car, and we were driving in the car, and it wasn't a very big car, and we pulled over on the sidewalk, and so then I got out of the car, and this book like read exactly like she talks, and I said,
No
well,
shit.
why would I want to read this when I can just listen to you do it every day? Just
Right.
this weird mumbling, and like, but the whole book read that way, and I was like, well, this doesn't seem like a book I want to read, Wendy. I'm sorry.
It seems boring. Just,
Yeah. But man, I could tell you stories about her. That would just take up the whole show, though. She rode with me because I'm a very tolerant person. Like I can deal with a lot of things that people can't. I worked in the field of people with developmental disabilities and limited vocabularies or mental health issues. So I'm very understanding and very tolerant. And when it came to this gal, she had been banned from every other taxi company in that town. And so that was why
banned?
she
Oh,
banned, as
shit.
in they won't pick her up anymore because she was
Wow.
just such a handful of a customer. But I was just like, well, whatever, everybody has their issues and stuff. But yeah, I could tell you,
Yeah, I
this
know what you
gal
mean.
was a handful for sure.
I have one customer like that, and after close to 4 years, almost 4 years, I finally was, because I'm pretty tolerable too. But when I started thinking about the money I'm losing by keeping her
Mm-hmm.
as a customer, it's
Yeah.
like I kind of understand why no other plumbers would go there because it's not worth it in the long run. I mean, so, but
Yeah, I mean, I had customers like that too. This gal, there wasn't any problem with, her wasting my time or not paying me or whatever, because she was fine with that. But I certainly had other customers that were like that. Like, oh, I remember when you used to be able to get a Roadrunner taxi for $5, and I'd be like, yeah, Chester, that was 1998.
right,
You know what? $5 will get you nowadays? Nothing. So,
yeah, yeah.
but
And I
he
remember
was
when
that guy.
I remember when cigarettes were $1 a pack too. What did that have to do with
Yeah,
right now?
when these GPCs get to $1 a pack, I'm gonna quit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I said
yeah, but
that when
yeah, that
if
was
they
that.
ever hit $3 a pack, I was gonna quit.
Yeah, that guy though, he thought that because he was a townie that I should somehow give him a deal or whatever. And but he would pull all kinds of just the dumbest stuff. Like one day he goes, "Hey, I need you to take me to Fred Meyer," and I was like, "Okay, okay, whatever." So I go to Fred Meyer, and he goes, "Okay, are you here?" And I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, I need you to help me with this. Can you come inside?" was like, what? Okay, whatever. And so I went inside, and he goes, okay, go to the produce section and pick me up a bag of Rayburn apples or whatever. I said,
So,
dude, are you even here? I said,
so
no, I need you to
you
pick me up the apples. And I was like, dude, right? So I fell for it once. Went and bought him his stupid apples and took them to him. And so then the next time he pulled that, I was like, listen to me, Chester. I will come get you and take you to Fred Meyer, okay? But if you want me to go do your grocery shopping for you, the meter will run as soon as I leave my house. I will get in the
yeah.
cab, turn on the freaking meter, go get your stupid apples, bring them to you, and you will pay what the meter says. He's like,
That guy
oh,
basically invented Uber Eats and didn't even
yes,
know it.
yes. I thought to myself as soon as Uber Eats came out, I said, oh, Chester's in freaking heaven
Yeah.
now.
Chester, but he Chester should have ran with it when he was doing that because that's
Yeah.
basically what Uber Eats is, right? Shit.
Yeah, well, except for yeah, I don't know, but that whole Uber thing, they put pretty much. See, Oregon was trying very very hard to keep Uber out of Oregon because, of course, the state makes money on all the cab companies that have to buy their licenses and their cab licenses and all this and that. And so
Oh
Uber
yeah.
was going to come in and take away money from the states. So they were really not happy about it. But ultimately, Uber wound up there. Like the year after I left Oregon, Uber wound up coming into there. And so one of my colleagues that still lived there, and I talked to him every once in a while, he said pretty much within a year after I left that all of the taxi companies were just out of business now
Oh
because
shit.
nobody was calling them. You can't, you got to pay because in the city, because to make sure that everybody was safe, because they were where Uber is so unsafe. In those days there was no insurance. They just said, just use your regular insurance. Well, guess what? Your personal liability insurance does not cover passengers that get injured in a commercial use vehicle. So if you're
Right.
using
Yeah.
your personal car as commercial, now they've fixed all of that, but back then. And so the city passed this ordinance regarding all the taxis that they had to get like $1 million insurance policies.
Yep.
And it was like, man, I had the insurance policies that would cover up to $300,000 per customer, and that was like $400 a month. And when you're running a little taxi company, that's kind of a lot.
Yeah.
So a
Shit.
$1 million policy was almost $1,000 a month, and in a small little town like that, no cab driver is going to make $1,000 a month. No way. It's
Right.
just not going to
Yeah.
happen.
That's what I have to have on my plumbing is a minimum $1 million insurance.
Sure. Well,
Because I mean, you'd be
yeah.
on the 32nd floor of a high rise and something could flood and 10 floors below you is flooded
Right.
and how am I
Right.
going to pay for that shit? I mean, it's never happened, thank God, knock on wood, but
Yeah.
or sweating some pipe and all of a sudden the house is not there anymore.
Yeah. Or hell, I mean, you could drop a wrench on a customer's Lamborghini.
Yeah, that too.
you know, that paint job's worth $1 million.
Right.
Like, oh man, I saw a video the other day, and it was some guy sent his crew out to go build a deck or whatever, and he shows up at this job site and he says, "Hey, what the hell are you guys doing here?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we got it all torn down, and they're hauling the lumber out to the." And it turned out they went to the wrong house and tore down somebody's deck. And I was like, "Whoa, that's a little bit
Could
of a
you
mistake there, bud."
imagine being that being your house and you come home from work and you're like, honey, didn't we have a deck when I left for work this morning?
Yeah, I don't know. Some guys, they look like they were supposed to be here, just showed
Yeah,
up
they
and
looked
did it.
like they were supposed to be here and like they knew what they were doing. So, man, that yeah, how does that work? Oh man, I bet you that guy doesn't have a job anymore.
Oh, well, I bet you the company probably just went bankrupt,
Right?
you know, having to pay
And hey, at least I bet you
because
that
now they
guy's
got to
got a
build
really
two decks.
and I bet you the guy that they weren't supposed to take it down at, I bet you he's got a really nice deck now.
Probably so. Yeah, but it's those kind of mistakes that insurance is good. But I was pretty particular about who I contracted to drive my taxi, so I wasn't so worried about it. I had this really awesome way of doing it. It was because before you could drive my taxis, you had to have your taxi license, right? And then of course you had to pass the insurance and through all that stuff. And so what I would do is anybody who was going to come contract with me, I would say, "Oh, okay. Tell you what, come pick me up in your car. Come to my house, pick me up in your car." And they're like, "Okay, great." And then I'd get in and I'd say, "Okay, I want you to take me to King's Landing." And they're like, "What? What do you mean?" "King's Landing. You don't know where that is?" "No." "Okay, you're going to have to prepare yourself for this because this is what people do. They don't give you an address, they just say
Right.
something, and you have to know what that means." And so then I would just do this and have them drive me around in their car. And then by the time we were done, I would say whether or not I was going to contract with them. And the reason that I did this was because one guy got his license, I put him on the insurance, and then I went out riding with him in my cab. And he seemed to drive just fine. But then I kept getting all of these complaints from everybody. "Oh man, that guy drives like a maniac. And so I thought, well, it's because this is not his car, and I'm a not his boss really, but a contractor, a prospective contractor. And so they're driving all nice and everything. So I thought, if you come get me in your car, you're already comfortable. It's your car. You're going to drive your car like you drive. And so when they'd start trying to pass people on the right, because they're stopped at a crosswalk and there's a person in the crosswalk, and they're like, "Why is everybody stopping?" And then they try to like go around on the right. And I'm like, "Well, you're about to run that guy over." "What guy?" "Oh, I didn't even see that guy." "Yeah, I know you didn't see that guy because there's all these cars in your way that stopped for him. See? Now, when you drive in the bike lane like that, so this was my application process. Was like, let me see how you drive in your car before I'm even gonna let you sit in mine. And it
Right.
worked. It worked pretty well because we only ever had one accident, and it was not the driver's fault. He was taking this lady up this really steep driveway, and it had snowed, and so all the snow was melting, and the water was all draining down the driveway, and it was like this quarter-mile driveway that goes all the way up a hill. And so she goes, "Just stop here, because it gets kind of icy up there." And he's like, "Oh, okay." So he stopped, but I mean, we're talking. It was probably like a 6% grade. And he gets out, and she got out, and he comes around the back to open up the hatch, and he gets her stuff out and sets it down, and he closes the hatch, and the freaking thing just starts sliding down the hill.
Oh
Boom!
man.
Hit this tree, went down this hill, and he was just like, "Oh my god, I'm so dead. And so he has to call me. I just had knee surgery too, so it was great. It was hobbling my butt up that hill. And I walked down there, and it's clear, he was worried that he didn't put it in park or he didn't have the parking brake on. And it was clear to me that the thing just slid because you could see, the tire, and then there's like just mud just along the
Yep.
bottom of the tire. So it wasn't turning, it just
Yep.
slid. And I was like, well, dude, it was an accident, man. I mean, clearly this was nobody's fault. So what was I going to do? But it kind of sucked because then what happened was my insurance had to pay for her stupid tree. I was like, all right, well,
Really?
whatever.
Oh man.
But no one was hurt, and that was the only accident we ever had. And I think I had that business since what, it was 2009 to 2014. So that's a pretty good run for not having any accidents. Well, there was a couple of minor things where one guy he hit. So the college students, they love to play these little games. And on a foggy night, they'll go find a construction site and they'll put the hazard cones out into the middle of the street, and then laugh when somebody hits it. And so this guy, he hit one of those and broke the whole headlight assembly, and then proceeded to tell me it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. You know, somebody put that there. And I go, yeah, okay, so why is that not your fault? He's like, well, I just drove down that road and there wasn't any cones in the middle of the road. And then when I'm driving down it again, there's a cone in the road and I hit it. I go, yeah. He goes, well, it was foggy. I was like, yeah. Okay, see, none of these excuses work, dude. If it's foggy, you should drive slower and pay more attention. See? And
Yeah, I was gonna
so then,
say
well,
if
I
it
told
wasn't
him, I
there
says,
last time, but it's
right,
foggy this time, that doesn't mean you don't have to pay attention.
right. I was like, you know what
Right.
else wasn't there last time? Some little kid.
Right. Yeah. No
You're gonna run
shit.
over some little kid and freaking say, no, dude, you're driving the van. You hit the thing in the road. That's your fault. so
Yep.
So I made him pay me, and to fix the thing. And he was so mad, and he ended up quitting later. But that guy was a piece of work. But and then this other time there was a really bad blizzard, and none of the cabs were taking anybody to this town that was just north of there called Monmouth. And one of my drivers was like, "Oh, that's like $100, man. I'll totally do that." And so we had originally we had two taxis. One was a van and one was the Ford Explorer. The Ford Explorer was not a good taxi, and it was the one that crashed down the hill. But he thought, well, the Ford Explorer takes too much gas, so I'm going to take the van instead. And the van didn't have four-wheel drive or snowed like tires on it or chains or. And I said, dude, just take the Explorer. It's got the four-wheel drive. He's like, oh, I'll be fine. So then he's taking some guy to Monmouth, and some guy in a big old giant pickup truck, passed him and sprayed snow on his thing, and he wound up in the ditch. And he has to spend all this money on the tow truck, and he comes to hand me the bill. And I said, yeah, that's a pretty steep bill. And I handed it back to him.
What
And he's like, well, what do you want me to do with this? I said, I want you to
do
pay
you
it.
want me to do with it?
He's like, what do you mean pay it? It wasn't my fault. The guy fucking. So, dude, I told you to take the four-wheel drive. You took the van. You then decided to take somebody to Monmouth in a blizzard, and you wound up in a ditch. How is any of that my fault? So I
Right.
made him pay me, and he was so mad about it. But he didn't quit or anything. He was just mad.
No, I had a guy once. This was a long time ago, but like 7, 8 years. This was at my last company, not the one now. But he he got a ticket for going 20 miles over the speed limit. But because he was in the company vehicle, for some reason he thought I was supposed to pay that. I'm like,
Right?
you
Yeah.
were.
No. I mean,
I didn't tell you to go 20 over the speed. What do you? I wasn't even there. What?
yeah. Read the contract, dude. What does the contract
Yeah.
say about that?
He's like, well, I mean, I'm still going to get the points on my license. I'm like, and you're going to pay the ticket too. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't know what to tell you. What
Right.
you're supposed to obey the
Well,
traffic laws in the company vehicle anyway. So why are you doing 20 over?
right, right. Well, and here was the kicker when it came. Like there was this one gal that she worked at one of the other taxi companies, but she went down to the labor department. She got fired or her contract was or whatever. She went down to the labor department looking for unemployment, and they're like, no, 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 this was contract work. There's no unemployment. And she goes, oh yeah, but he didn't pay me and all this stuff. And she was, and so the labor department brought the freaking the state revenue department into Corvallis to audit all of the taxi companies because of what this one tweaker chick said after she got fired from from the Beaver taxi, right? And
Yeah, but if you're 1099, you can't collect unemployment when you're 1099,
no, not at all.
right? Yeah,
And
that's
so, but she was making. Now, here was the thing that the guy who was running Beaver Cab, he really did not understand what contract work meant. So for him, his contract stated that you had to turn in all of the money and all of the receipts, and then he would cut you a check minus whatever your cab fees were, right? Now, if you don't control your own money, then you are an employee, right? So the fact
right.
that he was writing them all checks made them employees. Now, that's a whole long story. But what ended up happening, and they got in a bunch of trouble over this because when the revenue guy came to town, uh, he went and audited everybody, right? And so I had to show up with all of my stuff, and they were trying every way they could to make it so that these guys were employees and not contractors. So he kept asking me these questions. He'd say, "Well, so how many people did you have working for you in January?" And I said, "Well, I didn't have anyone working for me in January." they're all contractors. It's like, oh, okay. And so then he'd move on, and maybe 20 minutes later he would say, so, well, how many employees did you have then in July? And I said, dude, I didn't have any employees in July. You know, they're contractors. Oh, okay. And then finally the third time he said, so how many people did you have under you in September? I said, dude, you can ask me that question however many times
Right.
you want, but you're not going to trick me. I didn't have any employees. Nobody's working under me, and I don't have anyone working for me. He's like, oh, okay. And I pissed him off. Now, what happened was uh, the labor department lady had, I can't remember what we were talking about, but she made that stupid cliche statement where she says, well, we all have to pay our fair share of taxes. And I looked at her and I says, oh, is that true? We do. She goes, well, that's my opinion. I said, that's right, because I don't even think you're qualified to determine who is a taxpayer. And I looked at the revenue guy and I go, am I right? And he looks at me and goes, yeah, you're right. She's not qualified to determine that. And I said, that's right. And who's to say what fair taxes are? I said, I only pay my taxes to keep this guy and his guns off of my porch. And I pointed right at him. And he was so mad. She told me when I went back down there to go get my stuff, she said, oh, he was mad. After you said that and then after you left, he just went through every piece of paper that you had in your little file box there, and he was determined to find some way to jam you up. And then she told me, she says, the thing that pretty much sealed the deal for you was when you made that guy pay his own towing bill. So that was the determining factor for this IRS guy, that he really, they are contractors, they're not employees. And I was like, well, there you go. See, and so then I told this guy that. I said, see, if I hadn't made you pay that, the whole thing would be over. You know, I'd be sued by the
Yeah.
IRS.
That's
And he's like, oh, cool. Well, you're welcome. And I said, no, just don't
you're
wreck my freaking shit anymore.
right.
But
But here's a
anyway, those
question
are the
though for
days.
the because you said taxi license because I mean this was back before 9/11 because when 9/11 happened that's when but I worked for kind of a chauffeur company. It was Metro Cars in Detroit. They drive, the cat like the
Yeah, black car.
luxury, luxury. Yeah, but I just had a chauffeur's license. But is that the same thing?
It's a little bit different. Essentially, they are the same thing. A taxi driver needs a license for certain things, but a chauffeur, the requirements are different. Like, for instance, in a taxi, nobody's allowed to have an open container of alcohol in the taxi. Uh,
Right.
but like if you're driving a limousine and there's a divider between the driver and the passenger compartment, you can. So chauffeurs have different rules they have to follow than taxi drivers. That's really the only main difference. I
Right.
think there's also like vehicle length requirements. Like you have to have special training to know how to turn a stretch limousine down a,
Yeah. Yeah. I
make a
mean, this was
right turn.
23 years ago, and it only lasted 6 months because then 9/11 happened and airport shut down, and I was like, oh, I don't have a job anymore because that's where I work. I mean, I just drove to
Yeah.
the airport, but I wasn't that good at it either. I mean, I'm a good driver, but when I was doing that, I wasn't because it was flat rate. So it's like from the airport to whatever city, each city has a flat. No
Right.
matter what part of that city you're going to, it's like from Metro Detroit
Well,
Airport
yeah,
to
but there's
Detroit,
reasons.
$43.
Yeah, but there's reasons for that.
Right. But my thing is,
Like,
I would drive fast, and even though I got passengers, I'm like, whip, I'm acting like they're not there, but I'm just trying to get there quicker so I can get back to the airport quicker. And
mm,
so I look back on it. And I was younger too, but I was like, yeah, I wasn't
yeah,
really good. I wasn't good at what I did.
yeah. There's reason. Like, I had a flat rate. It was like $250 to Portland. Like, no matter where you were going in Portland, and the reason, like, when it comes to like a taxi service, you first of all you have to get your federal tax ID number, all that. Then you have to get a license through the state, but then you also have to get licensed in the city where you work. So like I could pick you up in Corvallis and take you anywhere in the state, but I couldn't go pick you up there, right? Like I could take you there, but I can't pick you up there. And
Right.
so when you're operating a taxi in a city where you're not licensed, there's issues with that. So if it's just a flat rate, then once you get there, like if the passenger's still in the car with you, technically you're still contracted for that passenger, but as soon as they get out, you have to turn the light off and put a no service thing on it and get the hell out of that town before some cop sees you and decides he's going to harass you over it.
Right.
Um, I actually wound up one time in Washington on accident because I took somebody to Portland, and the thing also about a taxi is it's a target for thieves and stuff a lot. So every GPS device I ever had got stolen out of that thing, and so I just never had one. And so I was trying to drive back from Portland, and I wound up on some highway where there was no exits until now you're on this bridge going over the freaking gorge, and you're like, what the hell? And you wind up you're in freaking Vancouver, Washington, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm not even in the right state. I gotta get the hell out of here. you know? But that gal I talked to you earlier, the one that mumbles and wrote the book, she one time offered me. She It's one of the fun stories about her. She decided to slap a police officer for whatever reason, and she got herself arrested. And so then she was having mental health issues. And so she called me up and she says, "How much would it cost to have you take me to Idaho?" And I said, "Well, Wendy, I can't take you to Idaho. My taxi's not licensed in Idaho. I could take you to the border and you could have somebody come pick you up." And I said, but honestly, Wendy, my going rate for helping a fugitive flee justice is $25,000.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Oh, okay, hold on.
She thought about it.
She goes, oh yeah, okay, 25. That sounds okay. 25,000. I could probably do that."
Damn.
And I just was like, "No, Wendy, it's not okay. What I'm getting at is that I'm not going to do that for you.
Right.
Okay?"
That's
So
crazy
then,
though. She was like,
dude, well, she was loaded. She had all kinds of money. Her parents pretty much just gave her all this money so that she would stay away from them. She had
right.
problems. And
Damn.
yeah, and they were loaded. They were loaded. And she was old. She was probably in her 60s, I would say. But anyway, so then I don't know, probably about an hour later, one of my other drivers calls out and he says, "Hey man, Wendy just called me and wants me to take her to Seattle." And I said, "Oh yeah, did she tell you she gave you 25 grand?" And he goes, "No, she told me she gave me 5 grand though." And I was like, "Huh, well, okay, here's the deal, Ian. You do know that the taxi can't go to Washington, right? It's not licensed there." He's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say." I said, "Now you can take her there in your own car, but you have to ask yourself this question. Is $5,000 enough money to spend 6 hours in a car with her?"
6 hours in a car with her, and or is it gonna cover a lawyer if anything else comes up because of it?
Right. Well,
But,
yeah.
but man, what is
But
she? What is?
He did it for 5 grand.
Oh,
He
did
took
he?
her to
Oh
Seattle.
shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
and
good for
then she
him if
was
it
there
worked
for
out.
well, she was there for 2 days before she was arrested because she was in the middle. That was kind of my thing. Was like, I could have been 25 grand richer, but I would have been taking advantage of somebody who's having a mental health crisis.
Right.
And this other guy, though, he didn't have those same concerns. He was like, "Hey, 5 grand, it's 5 grand." But she got there and took her 2 days to get arrested, and then institution, and they sent her, and it was this whole thing. And when she came back to Corvallis, the freaking judge just dropped the charges because she had all the paperwork from the hospitals and mental health crisis, whatever, and they just dropped the charges. And so
And
she
that's
she
crazy because what do
ran
you
she ran
think
away
is
for nothing.
what do you think's gonna happen though if you slap a cop?
Well,
Like,
yeah, and it was an incident. Well, here was her thinking. So in Oregon, they had these restaurants. They're called Sherry's. They're kind of like a Perkins or trying to think of what other. Anyway, it's just kind of like I don't know. It's not a high end restaurant, but it's not bad either. But anyway, she had a crush on the waiter, and he was probably like 18, and she was in her like 60s or whatever. And she had convinced herself that this was her boyfriend. And so then, of course, when he finally let her down, she decided, well, I can't go to Sherry's anymore. So her idea of how to do that was to go make racial slurs against the guy who seats people, the greeter or whatever you call it, and then made a big scene. And they called the cops, and the cops came, and she slapped the cop. Now, in her mind, this is how I get to not ever come back here again. I'm gonna make it so that this bridge is burned. Well, she did that all right.
yeah, she did a really good job at that. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of felt bad for her because, like I said, I worked with people who had mental health things
But
for
what,
for
like I
20
was
years.
saying, like I was saying earlier, I had that one customer that after 4 years, because it's the thing, she's an older lady. Her husband passed away. She lives by herself in the same house that's was built in like the late 1800s out here in Hawaii too. So and she's just lonely. I mean, she's a nice person, but oh man, it's just too much. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
But I don't know. I
Well,
think after 4 years, that's pretty tolerable for me for 4 years. Because, and that's the thing too. I'll go install a kitchen faucet, right? That's it. And then she'll be like, "Oh well," and her house is a mess too. I mean, like a episode of Hoarders. You know what I mean? It's
right.
not like a pristine house or anything. And I install her kitchen faucet, and then she called me 2 hours later and be like, "Oh, there's like this stuff on my driveway, and it's dirty, and it wasn't there before." And I'm like, "Come on!" And I don't even know her name. She just goes by Auntie. So it's like, "Okay, Auntie, what do you want me to do?" And then I ended up going over there with my pressure washer and pressure washing her freaking dry. So that's what I mean, like the money I'm losing because all the trips I
Yeah,
make
because you're
there.
too nice. That's the problem.
Yeah, and it's like
That's my
so.
problem. I put up with too much.
Yeah,
It's like I
and
have
it's
this.
every time, every single job I did for her is always something else. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Well, that's how it was with this gal. One time she said, "I'll pay you $500 for the day," and I said, "Okay." So she gave me $500, and I drove her down to Newport. She went into a couple of little stores down there, and then she says, "I'm hungry. Let's go get some food." And I says, "Okay, whatever." And so we went and got some food at this seafood place, and I paid for my own food and whatever. And we spent like half the day down there, and I took her back home. And then the next day, everybody's telling me, "Oh, I heard that you and Wendy are together now." And I was like, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, she's telling everybody that you guys went on a date and how wonderful that
oh
was." And
man.
I said, "Okay, well, if we were on a date, then I guess that makes me a pretty high-end escort because she gave me like $500 for 2 hours." But yeah, so she had convinced herself that like I was gonna be her new boyfriend or whatever. So, you poor thing. But you're right. She's just lonely. She's because nobody can
Yeah,
tolerate
that's,
her. I'm like one of the few people that could tolerate her. So
yep.
you know. But my ex-wife used to say, "You got a crazy magnet, dude. If there's a crazy person within 100 feet of you, they're your new best friend."
Dude, that's so funny, man. I've been told that so many times in my whole life. Like, dude, you just attract like the psychos, which like I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Well, I always say it's not that I attract them; it's that I just don't immediately make them go away. Which
Right,
is what
yeah,
most
yeah,
people do. They just immediately make you go away. But I
yeah,
don't do
yeah.
that,
It's
and so then now we're friends. That's how that works.
That's my thing too. Yeah, it's too nice. Just being too nice instead of just pushing them away and being a dick. I'm just
Two hundred
nice.
fifty bucks an hour. That's right, Ed. Two hundred
Hell
fifty bucks
yeah,
an hour.
high end escort.
And I won't say that you get your money's worth either. I mean, I know that I just look fantastic, but it's false advertising. I'm actually pretty ugly under here. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, fun taxi stories, man. I had a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
very interesting things.
I could do plumbing stories for 2 days straight.
Here you go.
I mean,
What's the most embarrassing thing you ever pulled out of somebody's plumbing?
embarrassing? Oh man,
Yeah.
I pulled out anything you can imagine. I'll probably pull it out. But my favorite story, well, not really favorite, but my most memorable story is I was working for Roto-Rooter in Detroit at the time. Well, actually, Roto-Rooter's in Livonia, but the job was in Detroit, and their basement was backed up, like between ankle and knee high. So like when you get to the bottom stair, it's water. So I find their main clean out down there and bring my sewer machine down. I get it open. All the water goes down and the floor drains, and there's just like used condoms laying all over the floor. And then, but
Yeah, those aren't flushable, guys.
this is the part where it gets crazy because then the lady comes down and just starts freaking out, and I'm like, look, I got it open. I mean, I'm like, and she's like, no. She goes, I go to work every day, and I thought my husband was cheating on me, and he swears up and down, and da da da. And she's like, and I can't get pregnant. So,
Yeah.
yeah, why are there so many condoms
Yeah.
clogged up in your sewer line? So I don't know.
He's
I'm
like,
like,
oh, those aren't disposable shower caps? I thought those were
right?
disposable shower caps.
And I was like, hey, I just need you to write me a check so I can leave. I was just here to open the drain, not to be involved in your marital shit. But I think not
Right.
I didn't cause it, but I was kind of part of a
You just
busting a
kind of
dude
were
for cheating,
the one who exposed it, we'll say.
right? And even if
But
like I
yeah.
knew the dude and he was like, "Hey man, there's no way I could have hid that anyway." You know what I mean? It's like, dude, how? I mean, there was a lot too. It's not like just one. I mean, there was like dozens of condoms just all over the
Yeah.
whole entire basement floor.
And all
Like,
it would take is
wow.
just one to get snagged up on something in that
Oh
line.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that sort of like I had this apartment in Fort Collins that would flood all the time, and it was because there was like these trash elm trees that grow everywhere around here, like weeds, and they will find any nook and cranny in a sewage line they can find, and they'll
Oh yeah,
push right through
yeah.
there and clog up the lines. And this happened like every spring and every fall. The sewage would just come into my apartment, and I got to be on first name basis with the guy who worked at the I can't remember what it was called, the plumbing company, whatever it was. But anyhow, and he says, yeah, after about the sixth or seventh time I'd met him, he was like, yeah, we're just gonna call your landlord and say, look, you guys got to fix the line. You know what the problem is? It's tree roots in the line. You got to replace the line. This is just going to keep happening, and so we're just not going to come back. And so then the next time it happened, this new company shows up, right? It's Roto Rooter this time, and they snake out the line and they pull out. Of course, there's tree roots and everything, but then I get this threatening letter from the property management company that says they said that they found cigar butts and tampons
That's so like Roto Rooter
jamming the
too.
line.
Oh god.
And I was like, okay, well, for one, I don't recall ever using tampons. Two, I don't smoke cigars. So maybe you ought to send your threatening letter to the guy that lives upstairs that smokes cigars. But you guys know what the problem is, and now you're sending me threatening letters? You know?
Yeah,
You know what the problem is, and it's not cigars or tampons. So we went
yeah.
back and forth over this, and so then the next time it happened, Roto Rooter came out again, and it's the same guy that used to work for the other company. He says, yeah, I quit working for them. Now I work for Roto Rooter. And when I got the address, he said I had to laugh, because now here I am back at your house again. And I said, yeah, last time they sent me all these threatening letters and stuff telling me that they're going to make me pay for all the plumbing problems, whatever. And he was like, yeah, we're going to go ahead and go tell them. And so then there was all this other stuff, and I threatened to sue the landlord over all these different things, and they just let me out of my lease, gave me my deposit back, and I moved on. But
Right.
but I knew the guy that lived in the carriage house that was out in the backyard, and he told me that like the day I moved out, that they send in all these crews to start cleaning up all the different things that I'd like. There was a gas stove, like like the oven and stove thing. In Colorado, you're not allowed to have a gas oven in the basement. It's against the law. There was one. There was no. There was only one fire escape for the whole basement. I went through this litany of things saying, here's what's going to happen. Either you're going to let me out of my lease and give me my deposit back, or I'm going to go ahead and have a conversation with my attorney about all of these things. And they just like, oh yeah, we're glad to see you go. Here's your deposit. Get out.
Yeah.
And
Well,
and
here's
so
the
I,
thing about Roto Rooter. Well, let's just say I didn't work for them very long because they'll hire anybody. I mean, they've even I worked for three different Roto Rooters, and the only reason is because every time I had no work, and I'm like, I gotta do. And Roto Rooter will always hire. They even told me that when I look, like we'll hire, we can make anybody a plumber. It's like we just need a good salesman. So literally
bingo.
half the people that work for any Roto Rooter, I don't care what state you're in, they don't really know what they're doing. They just got a sewer machine, and then they'll like whatever your landlord said, like let me know if you find anything in there besides roots. They're gonna be
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh, okay, sure. We found feminine products. We found, they'll
Yeah,
say
exactly.
whatever.
They
They
were
don't
just
care.
trying to find a reason for why this is not their
Yeah,
problem. This is my problem
right.
somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, I do not like. I don't talk bad about any plumbing company except Roto Rooter.
Except for Roto-Rooter. Because, well, I mean, realistically, when it comes to a drain snake, anybody can do that, you know? Uh,
Yep.
if it's a particularly bad problem, you might need to go rent some equipment or whatever. But that's the whole thing about the salesman. They need good salesmen because they don't want you to know that you can fix it yourself.
Right. But yeah, and Roto Rooters they charge way too much. I mean, I get it. They
Yeah,
got the overhead, they got the secretary. I understand all that shit, but
yeah,
they
all
still
that.
charge
Got
way
to
too
pay for the
much.
insurance on the vehicles, insurance on the employees. It's
Yeah.
like
But
all
that's
the
the thing
different
though,
fees.
because when I work there, like I know what they're. I mean, obviously I know what they're charging because I'm giving the customer the prices. But I wasn't making shit, so it's like, so yeah, I've done the math before, and it's like, you guys are just banking a lot of money. I mean, I added in the insurance, the workman's comp, the secretaries, the warehouse, well, out here you have to buy your own vehicle, so it's not even a company vehicle. But
Oh,
and then
wow.
you only get a small percentage of each job, so it's like
Right.
you got to bust your ass just
And
to
break
make
your
two
own
hundred bucks a
vehicle.
day, and it's like,
Yeah, we were talking about Uber a little while ago. That Uber thing, like, see, I ran a taxi company. We it wasn't a huge one or anything. I had three taxis, I think. That was it. But the fact is, all of that, all of those expenses, and all of the, you got to pay for the credit card machine, and you got to pay all the fees for the credit card fees, and the phone bill and the insurance and. But when it comes to like, if you're running a business with employees, man, you got to have all of these different kinds of insurance, and then you have to have all you got to pay the secretary, and you got to pay the building maintenance, and you got to pay all that overhead. Just it's almost impossible, unless you've
yeah,
got
it's
some rich benefactor bankrolling you. It's hard business, Like there's a reason why all the jobs went to Mexico and why all the jobs went to India and
oh
why all
yeah,
the jobs went to China. There's a reason for that. It's too much government regulation, too much. It's like when you go see the doctor. You spend 2 hours in his office, but you only see the doctor for 10 minutes. And then he hands you this bill for like,
right. Some
however much. It's
outrageous,
too much. And
right?
it's because he's got to pay for the malpractice. He's got to pay for, all the nurses and the orderlies and everybody in the building and all the equipment. But the malpractice insurance just by itself is a fortune.
Yep.
So I personally wouldn't mind going back to the old days where the doctor just comes to your house. But so when it comes to like Uber and stuff, it's all a trick, man. You're ruining your own car, and they're
Yep.
making all the money. You're barely making enough money to even fix your car when it breaks. You know, and I could tell you, on one taxi, we'd go through two sets of tires every year. We'd go through a radiator every year. Uh, not to mention the oil and the all the expenses of maintenance and all this and that. But when you buy a car, it sits in your driveway 90% of the time. But when you're driving a taxi, it's on the road 24 hours a day. So when you turn your car into a taxi, your alternator is going to go out, your brakes are going to go out, your radiator is going to go out. All of these things break, and you're not making enough money personally as the driver to fix any of that.
Right.
So that's where
Exactly.
Uber makes all the money. You don't. And then when it comes to things like DoorDash and things like that, it'd be one thing if the DoorDash person had to go into the store and get the items, but they don't have to do that. The poor guy working at 7-Eleven has to do that. He's already got 25 things to do tonight. Now he's got to stop every 10 minutes to go do somebody else's shopping because they're too lazy to go to 7-Eleven themselves. I mean,
Yep.
it's ridiculous, Like,
And he's not getting paid extra for it.
yeah, he's not. That's part of his job, But the DoorDash guy gets to keep all the tips. But on the other hand, the DoorDash guy's breaking his car. But
Yeah,
I
no
can
shit.
remember when the joke was that McDonald's was going to start doing delivery because all of their customers were too out of shape to go to the store. Well,
Yeah.
now that's a reality.
Yep.
It's kind of too bad, but what are you going to do? In today's busy society, I don't have time to do things like think.
Ed Hen just reminded me of because he said, didn't they find the remains of Mario Brothers within raw sewage in a pipe no man could possibly fit in? It just reminded me
Yeah,
of another very memorable job. And again, no, wait, I wasn't working for Roto Rooter. I was for Phil's. I worked for Phil's Plumbing out of Waterford, but I was in where was that? Ypsilanti, I think. But anyway, and he was on a septic tank, right? So usually when you septic tank right away, it's like, dude, you got to get your septic pump. But the lid, was visible. A lot of times you got to find it and unbury it, but lifted it up. Septic tank was empty. So I was like, all right, so it's a pipe between the septic tank and your furthest pipe, you know. So of course he had no clean out. So I had to go to the furthest toilet and pull the toilet and I'm cabling it, and I'm hitting the spot, whatever it is, but it's just like I couldn't get the cable to go in any further, and I'm just fighting it and fighting. I remember I was there for like 3 hours, and I know I'm just going like inch at a time, an inch at a time, and I'm just working it and working. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, is there a break? Is it like someone poured cement down your drain? What? So, but then the thing is, the guys out kept going outside too and looking because if my cable goes into the septic, and it's whipping around like that, it can get
yeah.
caught up and then you're really screwed. So I'm like, dude, if my cable is in that septic, you got to let me know right away because I don't want to go too far. So finally he comes in and he's like, well, something's starting to poke out. And I'm like, all right. And I go and look and and this was a long time ago, like 25 years ago. So I have a Polaroid picture of it. I got to find it. I hope I still have it. And we're like, what the? It looked like an alien's face, right? We're just like, what is in like, so then I go in and I kept working and working, and it finally just pops through. And we're still looking at it. It took us like 20 minutes to figure it out because I finally stood back. I like lit a cigarette and I looked up, and he had like 50 cats on the roof of his house, all hanging around by the vent stack. So it was a cat. But because my cable was just going like this,
Right.
it's like skinned it and ripped all the hair
Ah,
out, and then it pushed it pushed all of its guts like to its face. So his face it
Gross.
like got big and it had alien. It looked like an alien, man. It was freaky as hell. But I'm like, I hope I can find that picture, man. That's the craziest picture I've ever taken.
That's
But
true. Ed Hens says cats can fit into anything. It's true. Anything that their face can fit through, like their whiskers,
yeah,
actually help them to determine the width of things. Like when they're walking along a wall, they're usually dragging a whiskers across the wall. But yeah, if they can fit their head through it, they can fit through it.
yep.
I used to, I used to have this like glass. It was like a glass plant thing. And it was stained glass, and it had this opening in it that was only about this big. And I had this big old black cat. This thing was big, and it would squeeze itself through there so it could lay down in the glass box. It's like that's not even cardboard. Go find a cardboard box. But yeah, they can just squeeze through anything. Cats are like sharks on land, even bigger mice. Their skeletons are pretty flexible. Yeah, well, and that's the thing about cats is that their shoulders and their hips are not like ball and socket. So that's why a cat can jump off a freaking tree that's 40 feet tall and it won't even hurt them.
Right. Yeah.
All of our bones and stuff will just snap right off. Cats, they just don't. They don't have the same kind of skeletons. I remember watching Crocodile Hunter one time, and he chased this cat up this tree like 40 feet, and his wife was down there with a net getting ready to catch this thing. And he was saying that cats, their line of defense is they'll climb up a tree, then they'll go out on a limb, and when the predator is out on the limb, the cat will just jump out of the tree and run away. So this cat jumps like 30 feet. She snares it up with the net. Like, holy crap. Covered with cat piss because the cats will pee on their way down so their bladder doesn't rupture. But yeah, cats are fun. They're freaking dangerous too. People don't realize that, but they are.
Oh yeah, I do. Well, shoot, man, you got your guitar in your bag. You want to play a song for anyone?
I got a guitar. You guys want me to play a song for you guys? I think last time I was here, I told y'all I learned that one song. I could play that for you.
Which one?
I had just learned it and was just messing around with it. And it goes a little something like this. Oh, hold on. Gotta go down. Solid hour of just talking. That's right, Ed, but not anymore.
Hey, you never know what you get with Where It Begins because it's about music and talking.
Okay, can everybody hear the guitar and the vocals and all that?
Yep. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, so I accidentally learned this song. I'm not even really a fan of this band, but when I wrote that new song, I was just kind of messing around with the chords, and I thought, oh my god, I know how to play this. And so it goes like this. Anyone know it yet? You got something about you. You got something I need. Daughter of Aphrodite. Hear my words and take heed. I was born on Olympus. To my father a son. Was raised by the demons. Reign as the one. God of thunder and rock and roll. The thunder will slowly rob you of your virgin soul. Lord of the wasteland, modern day man of steel, I gather darkness to please me, and I command you to kneel before the God of thunder and rock and roll. The spell you're under will slowly rob you of your virgin soul. Lord of the wasteland, modern day man of steel, I gather darkness to please me, and I command you to kneel. There you go. I accidentally learned how to play God of Thunder by Kiss.
Nice. Pole vault called it right away.
Yeah. I think Pole Vault's heard that one already. I played it at Sing Thingy, I think, once. Maybe twice. I think just once. I'm trying to think. I haven't really learned too many new songs lately. What do you think? You guys want to hear another one, or that one's kind of short?
Oh yeah.
I can't remember which ones I even played on the last show. Did I play? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys want to hear? Do you want to hear an original song or another cover song or?
Sorry about that. I just got booted out. I don't know what happened.
Uh-oh.
All right. Sorry
Chris
about
talking
that.
gets. Okay.
That was weird. Literally, it just booted me out, and I'm like, I thought it ended the show too, but thank God that didn't happen. But anyway, I didn't even hear what you were saying.
Pole Vault wants to hear the Mountain Song. I only know that one on bass. Coming down the mountain. It doesn't sound so good. Let's see here.
What about what was that one that I liked that I think you just did Shit Hits the Fan.
Oh, yeah, little circle jerks. Now, I learned how to play this song when I was probably 15. It was from the Repo Man movie. So, Circle Jerks has this song called When the Shit Hits the Fan. And in the movie Repo Man, they were playing live at... I always kind of thought it was an open mic. I'm not sure what it was, but they were playing it on a Spanish acoustic like this, and I was like, oh, I could probably do that. In a sluggish economy, inflation, recession, it's the land of the free. Standing unemployment lines, blame the government for hard times. We just get by however we can. We all gotta duck when the shit hits the fan. 10 kids in a Cadillac, stand in line for welfare checks. Let's all reach off the state. Gee, the money's really great. We just get by however we can. We all gotta duck when the shit hits the fan. Soup lines, free loaves of bread, 5-pound blocks of cheese, bags of groceries. Social security has run out on you and me. We do whatever we can. You gotta duck when the shit hits the fan. By however we can. We all gotta duck when the shit hits the fan. There you go. I kind of boned it.
Not only a good song, but it's also good advice because you do have to duck when shit hits the fan.
It's true. I don't have my headphones plugged into the interface, so I'm not sure how this even sounds.
No, it sounds good. It does.
All right, well, what do you guys think? Should I play another one, or?
Yeah,
Got the
if you're
guitar,
feeling it.
might as well.
Yeah, might as well. Oh, yeah.
All right, here's one. I like this song. This was by a band called Rasputina. I'm not sure if I've played this one for you guys, but... So I was looking for who covers this song, right? And I only found one, and it was that guy from 16 Horsepower. But his version wasn't really very good. Do you believe in the signs of the zodiac? Haven't you learned that the systems for planning always fail? Can you avoid what gave Daddy his heart attack? Have you tried everything, anything, all to no avail? I know what you need. This will really work. In ancient times, if you were sick, they made you bleed. Oh, honey, I know it hurts. Look all around you and notice you're not alone. We just want to encourage you to go a different way. Think of the love and affection we all have shown. What did we do when we heard? Well, we all came right away. I know what you need. This will really work. In ancient times, if you were sick, they made you bleed. Oh, honey, I know it hurts. signs of the zodiac. There you go. Nice and short and sweet. Now, of course, the real song is about 6 minutes long, and it's a lot of cellos, and it's a lot more elaborate. But when you strip it all down to its basic form, it's just that.
Yeah, I agree with Chrissy Cat here. I love your voice too, man. It's like the perfect voice for I don't know, there's just something about it. It's just yeah, it's
Oh,
perfect.
yeah. I get Ian Anderson a lot. People say, dude, you sound just like Jethro Tull. And then I always make the joke, well, I think that Jethro Tull sounds like me. Until I go. And then it's just kind of undeniable. Should I do it? In the shuffling madness of the locomotive breath runs the all-time loser headlong to his death. You feel the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. God stole the handle and the terrain, it won't stop, gonna know it to slow down. See the children jump off all the stations one by one. His woman and his best friend in bed and having fun. He's crawling down the corridor on his hands and knees. And God stole the handle and the terrain, it won't stop, gonna know it to slow down. Yeah. You hear the silence howling, angels as they fall. The all-time loser, whoops, has got him by the balls, if you can remember the words. But then he picks up Gideon's Bible, open at page 1. God stole the handle and the terrain, it won't stop, gonna know it to slow down. Yeah, yeah. There you go, that's as good as that gets.
That was awesome, man. I
Right,
had
I
to turn
can't
the
deny
camera
it.
back on because he had me dancing with it. I had to turn the camera back on just so you wouldn't think I was making it up.
Right on. But there you go. See, I did Jethro Tull for you guys, just for you guys. I think I did it once at open mic. I've always been very hesitant to do Jethro Tull songs because everyone always tells me that, and I'm like, yeah, I know. What can I do? I like Jethro Tull, so I guess it's a compliment. Thank you. So there you go. Played your locomotive breath. Quite poorly and in the wrong key. So that won't get
It
you.
still
Because the
sounded
actual
awesome.
key, I think the actual key is in. Yeah, that's the real key. But I did it in A minor. But that's one way to get around algorithms. Any of you musicians out there that want to do cover songs and things. I actually learned this. It was from last time I was on here. We talked about this, and it had to do with the Dead Kennedys because they did "Viva Las Vegas." That was the song. I couldn't think of the name of it, but they did "Viva Las Vegas." But to get around all the copyright issues, they just played it in a different key, and he changed the lyrics a little bit, and that's all he had to do. And they couldn't, Elvis couldn't sue him. So.
Oh shit!
So that's how you get around the algorithms and the copyright things is just change the key, forget the lyrics. That's a good point there because I didn't even sing the right lyrics, But play it in a different key, change the melodic contour just ever so slightly. But it was like earlier I was telling you about that Lord song I did, and that one got a copyright claim because I didn't change the key. I totally forgot to do that. So oh
Right.
well. Viva Viagra. There you go.
So what, man? I should have wrote it down because I asked you before we came on backstage that one that you made, and you told me the name of it, and
Oh, the instrument?
yeah, that
Yeah. There you
it's
go.
got a
If
great
Anon Mouse is
name.
still in the house. Anon Mouse or Anonymouse actually named it. This is only one piece. I've actually added things to it. This hook actually comes out.
It's a homemade instrument, and that's badass.
Yeah, so on that one that you opened the show with that Blue Oyster Cult song, right?
Yep.
And if you listen to the drums in that, it's actually this thing. And I gotta unscrew the hook or it doesn't work right. But I added like little dingy things on here. And oh wow, the microphone even picks it up pretty well. So you can either just play it with sticks, or you can play it with your hands. But right, and Anon Mouse gave this the whole instrument. There's two more boards that go here, and there's more springs. And he called it the Spring Melodophone. There he is. There he is. Boom, Spring Melodophone. See, he's got it.
That's an awesome name too, man. I love it.
So it does actually plug in. We were messing with it earlier. So it does plug in. There is a little pickup right under this bridge right here. And it's just like a normal guitar type bridge. And there's strings on it. And then this piece here, you can move it back and forth and you can actually tune the spring. Right, so it's just a movable bridge.
See,
So-
you gotta appreciate that. That's creativity right there. Make
Yeah.
your own instrument.
So I just hooked this up to like, I have a delay processor over here. And if I just got like a beat going, boom, right? And then hit the button, and then it'll just loop that drum beat for me. Then I can pick
Right.
up the guitar and play along. Or there's two more pieces to it over there. One of them just has like a spring from like a screen door, and it's bridged right in the middle, so I can play this side or this side like a dulcimer. And then in the Lana Del Rey one, you guys saw the three springs where it goes boom, boom, boom. Well, I fixed that one all up now, and it actually has a proper pickup and a bridge, and I can tune it to 6 different notes, 3 on this side, 3 on this side, and they all plug in. And I got a little 4-channel mixer, so I can plug them all into that, and then have like one main volume. And it's pretty freaking cool.
That is really
But
cool.
I just made this from just junk from around my house. Like this was like the base of a lamp, and then this piece here I found in the road. It's some kind of, I don't know. This was like a piece of like heavy cable that I just had laying around. This was some wood thing that I tried to make into something a long time ago, and I said, you know what? It works as a clapper. I think the only piece on this that I bought was the spring itself. The rest of it was just all stuff I had laying around, old bass guitar parts. So these here will tune these strings, an old hook, it was all just junk. And the board itself was an old piece of siding that I got from a guy. They tore down all this like old wood siding. So
Dude,
this
yeah,
has
you
to do
gotta
with,
appreciate that. That's
yeah.
awesome.
And it has these little pieces here that are little bridges. I can move back and forth and tune this these strings individually. Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when your friend gives away your drum set. I let my friend borrow my drum set because his kids were getting into music and stuff. So I had this old drum set and an old bass guitar. And I said, "Here, you kids can mess around with these." And then they weren't very interested, and so he gave that shit away. And so
So
my
you let him borrow it and then he gave it away?
he gave it away. I
How
was
does that
like,
work? What
I was
the?
like, well, how are your kids doing with that stuff? And he goes, they weren't really into it. I said, oh, that sucks. And I said, well, do you want me to get that stuff out of your garage then? And he's like, oh, dude, I gave that away. He gave it to this band that I don't like.
But
And I was kind of
that
like, why
doesn't
would
make
you do
sense to
that?
me. Like, why
Well,
wouldn't you give it
he's
back to you? Like, hey, thanks
right,
for.
because he was like, oh, I thought that you
Oh,
were
one of
just
that.
trying to get rid of stuff. And I said, well, you were wrong. And so I don't have a drum set. And so I just said, well, and that's how it all started with the videos where like the skinny puppy video is just a cardboard box, boom, 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 and like a pan full of screws and you know. So I
Yeah,
just came up with drums, It's like, whatever, I don't need a drum set. I can bang on this piece of metal. It's like a cymbal.
right. It's
My snare drum is this floppy piece of sheet metal that's sitting over there. If you go, it goes woo, 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 makes that sound. And I thought, oh, that's a cool sound. Woo, 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 woo. So I picked it up out of the road and brought it home with me. Now it's my snare drum.
so. What about Let's see. I don't know because we're going on 2 hours. I don't know if you want to take a smoke break or.
I can take a break. Yeah, I'm not saying that I have to go to the bathroom, but just in case I do,
Right.
But I could
Well, what
also
about
smoke a
this
cigarette.
cinder and smoke, iron and wine acoustic cover?
Yeah. See,
Or-
that's one I could just play on the guitar. You guys want to hear Cinder and Smoke before he plays the video? Let's see if I can remember it. Oh, I think I'm on the wrong chord there. There it is. Yeah, it is that one. Give me your hand. The dog in the garden grove is covered in mud, dragging your mother's clothes, cinder and smoke. The snake in the basement found the juniper shade. The farmhouse is burning down. Give me your hand. Your mother is drunk as all the fireman shakes. Photos from father's arms, cinder and smoke. There's whispers around the trees, the juniper bends, as if it were listening. Give me your hand and take what you will tonight and take it as fast, high as the flames arise, cinder and smoke. You ask me to pray for rain with ash in your mouth. You will it to burn again. Give me your hand. There you go, Cinder and Smoke by Iron and Wine. I know you were just gonna play the video, but I figure I could just play
No,
it on the
I
guitar.
I'd rather have you play it live than
Sure, yeah,
that's
but if
the
you want to
whole
play a
point.
video, let's see what would be a good video to play. See, you already played Lana Del Rey, and you did Blue
And I
Oyster
was
Cult.
looking, what's this? This was from 6 years ago, but Sassy Little Redhead.
Oh, that's the one that Clay plays like every time.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's a good song. I mean, it freaking rocks. That was my old band when Gods Attack, back in the early 2000, from like 2001 to like 2006. Let's see. What would be a good song to play? If you go to Origin Songs, you could play Rose by Any Other Name. That's a good song. That was a When Gods Attack tune. Um, barely ever gets played. Uh, Brink rocks pretty hard. People didn't like it as much because it's kind of hippy dippy. Oh, Operation Enduring Bullshit is good too, but that one's political and it might trigger some folks.
And is that those are under videos or that's under?
Those would be under Origin Songs. So the playlist Origin
Oh,
Songs,
playlist. Okay, gotcha.
these are all of my original songs that I have posted so far. The A-Hole is a good song. I love that one. It's a magic song. Yeah, play the A-Hole. You
Yeah,
guys want to watch the A-Hole? That's a good one.
a hole. All right, that's cool. I got that one right here. So
Cool. All right, everybody. So here's the pretext of this song. I fell off of my chair drunk as hell and laid on my back laughing at myself and decided now is the time that this has to stop. And so I had already written this song. I hadn't recorded it or made a video out of it. And so I finally recorded the song, made a video out of it, and then I quit drinking March 8th of last year.
nice, right on, man. That's
So this
awesome.
song is not technically about drinking or whatever. The song itself is about um, self-destructive behavior. You know, stuff that we all do to ourselves. It could be drinking, it could be drugs, it could be dating all of the wrong women, it could be putting up with a miserable relationship because, you know, whatever reason. Any kind of self destructive behavior. Uh, you know, you can sit around and say, well, it's everybody else's fault. But sometimes when you just look in the mirror, you realize that, you know, there's one common denominator to all of these problems, and that problem was me. So I wrote this song.
Absolutely.
So I wrote this song as a magic song, as a way to like get me out of this horrible, because I'd been in this like spiraling depression for years, you know. And it worked. It worked. Like I wrote the song back in like 2014, 2013. I think it was 2013. And I quit drinking then. And then I was fine all the way up until about 2017 when my friend was like, "Oh, come on, you could just have one. It's not going to be a big deal. I just want. It's just one." And so I said, "Yeah, you're right." And I drank one, and then I just drank every night for 5 more years.
Uh,
And I
It's
thought, you know
just
what?
it's like what I say when I'm always driving. It only takes one asshole, and it's the same thing. It only takes
Right.
one drink, one hit, one whatever to
Yeah. Oh,
slip
I mean,
back into your
I still smoke all
bad
kinds of
habits.
other stuff,
But,
but yeah, the
but right,
drinking, you know, the drinking was a symptom of the fact that I was a miserable person. You know, like it was kind of like self-medicating, uh, so I didn't have to think about what a miserable freaking person I was. And
Right.
so I finally just quit drinking, and now I just realize what a miserable person I am, and I'm good with that, you know. But anyway, but this is a magic song, and it's not about drinking. It's about self-destructive behavior, things about that you can change. That it's not really anybody else's fault but your own. And sometimes you have to look at yourself in the mirror and realize that I have created this monster that I've become, so I need to probably stop doing that. So
Yeah.
I made the video, I recorded the song, and I made a whole cinematic uh, portrayal of the meaning of the song. So there you go.
Sweet.
There's the secret
Here it is.
to the song. And now, while this plays, I'm going to go smoke a cigarette real quick.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watch. Really looking forward to watching this now because I didn't know the backstory.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes you're the asshole. That's what it means. Sometimes I'm the asshole. You know, you just got to admit it to yourself, and
Right.
then take steps to change those things.
Well, for me in my life, I'm always the asshole. So
Right.
even when I'm not, but
Well, I'm not always the asshole. It's just that
I get,
sometimes I am. So,
right.
anyway, enjoy. This is a magic song. It really helped me. Hopefully, it can help you guys. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, there's Liberty Blair. Hello,
Liberty
Liberty Blair.
Blair, aloha.
I didn't say hi to anybody. Hi, Chrissy Cat, Ed Hen, everybody. Sorry, we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll say hi in a minute.
All right.
Lord, put your pants down, your balls in your hand. Rug pulled out from under, there was no place left to stand. Smile wiped clean from his face, now he climbs to his feet. Find his gratitude, storms thunder and through his street. Where the puddles reflected the image of the world that seen through his eyes. You've been abandoned, felt just like going home. See where the pantry is bare and a well running dry as a bone. Stand naked in such clarity. Exposed to the thing that you are, things you'll never be. Now the mirror reflecting the image of a monster by its own design. His delusions so grandiose, grandiose so verbose, but in the end, there's no glimmer, no bleeding. Throughout his whole lexicon, contradiction is wrong, and the words cease to have meaning. healer spells, all his wisdoms for those who would hear. But by now there is nobody listening, nobody wants to lend an ear. They've all turned away, they've seen the charlatan ruin disguise, and this mask of the Harlequin war never had the arrogant look in his eyes, and the constantly war never fooled them. For the fabric is torn at the seams. The only thing he will remember, not be his hopes or his dreams, but those words that he shouted in anger, let loose in such bitter hate. Now the mirror reflecting the image of an asshole flat on his face and put in his place. Put in his place. There you go. The Asshole by Blue
That
Unicorn's
was a
Alter Ego.
great video too. I love
Thanks.
the it's just the creativity, you know. It's like
Yeah, the
like we
videos
were
that I
talking
make,
about, like
they
we were
take a
saying earlier
long
about
time.
lyrics, not just straightforward. It like makes you think a little bit, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and the videos, you know, they're all like stop animated, so it's just frame by frame stuff, and it just takes a really long time to make one video.
Yeah, I remember you were telling me about that last time. Yeah, I can imagine it would take forever.
Anyway, yeah, that's one of my favorite songs that I've ever written. And what's crazy is that bass line that it goes dun, dun, as it go. There it is. How does it go? It goes dun, 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 dun. Anyway, I wrote that one like when I was still a teenager, and I just monkeyed around with it forever, and then I wrote a song and I was like, holy crap, that bass line goes right with that, I should just do that, and it all worked out. But then every time, because it goes don't, right, and it always reminds me of, I saw the light on the night that I passed by your window, I saw the flickering shadows of love on the blinds. She was my woman, but as she deceived me, I lost and went out of my mind. Why, Delilah? My Delilah, I could see that woman was no good for me, but I was lost like a slave that no man could free. So at break of day when that man drove away, I was waiting. I crossed the street to her house and I opened the door. She stood there laughing. Then I felt the knife in my hand. She laughed no more. Why, Delilah? My Delilah. So before they come to break down the door, forgive me, Delilah, I just couldn't take any more. She was my woman, but as she deceived me, I lost and went out of my mind. Why, Delilah? My Delilah. So before they come to break down the door, forgive me, Delilah, I just couldn't take any more. There you go, Delilah. Delilah.
That was awesome. That sounded great.
Everybody
too.
loves a murder ballad by Tom Jones.
I can't remember. I think you did. You play that one last time? I can't remember if you played that one.
Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I did. I play it sometimes. I honestly can't remember what songs I played when and where. Every time I go do an open mic, I always think, "Fuck, did I play this song while I was here last time? I don't remember." You guys want to hear some Adam and the Ants? I know an Adam and the Ants song. I played it for Steve earlier while I was sound checking. I don't know. What do you guys want? You want to hear me run my mouth, or you want to hear me play my guitar?
We do both.
Okay. Oh, I forgot I thought I was in drop D. I wasn't. No, I'm out of tune. So what's the chat saying? Do they want to hear more songs or hear me run my mouth? Are they even paying attention? Hey, everybody in chat.
They haven't said nothing yet. Our buffering said sure, but I think that's when you asked if you can play the Adam and Ant song.
Oh. Life that I've been left, so many things unspoken, deep inside Geronimo, it's tearing me apart. I've seen him in the streets, I've seen him in the pictures, killer in the home, in the home. Now's the time that I digress from going through the motions, free my head from its sling, free the warrior. I'll fight him in my dreams, fight him till he kills me. In the home, in the home. Oh, yo, yo. Oh, 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 yo, yo. Oh, 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 yo, yo. Oh, 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 yo, yo. Now's the time that I digress from going through the motions. Free my head from its sling. Free the warrior. I'll fight him in my dreams. I'll fight him till he kills me. Killer in the home. Killer in the home. I've got you in half with a gun. Throw you the Band-Aid. They'll gut you in half with a gun and throw you the Band-Aid. Killer in the home. Killer in the home. Killer in the home. Killer in the home. In the home, killer in the home, killer in the home, killer is the home. There you go, Adam and the Ants. Anybody guess what that song's called?
Up North Cabin? No, I'm just kidding.
It's close. It's actually called Killer in the Home. It's a good song, though. The Adam and the Ants version is way better. So, you know, go listen to that one. That's pretty good.
I was just about to say, I love your style of music and your style of singing. It's just,
Yeah, I just kind of do things my own way. Like, if I don't know how to play the song, I'll just kind of do what sounds right and then do that, you know? Like, there's this Ween song. It's a really complicated Ween song, but I just kind of do it like this. I lick my brain in silence. Rather squeeze my head instead. Anyway, it's like a really complicated, there's all this like complicated shit. I don't need to learn all that. I'll just do it my own way.
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
just,
Oh, yeah.
that's just kind of how that works. Like, I don't have to be as good as Gene or Dean Ween. You know, I just have to be able to sing the song, you know? Oh, that was a good one. I learned a Ween song. So when I do open mics, like sometimes I'll open with like some kind of a joke song, you know? But then somebody had told me, they were like, oh, you know, you only get 5 songs. You shouldn't waste one of your songs playing some joke song that's going to go over everybody's head and nobody gets it. And you just wasted a song and nobody likes it. And I was like, okay. So I learned this other Ween song and there's nothing funny about it, man. It's like a love song written by a serial killer or something. And so I played it at open mic one night and I says, okay, so everybody told me not to waste a song playing a joke song, so I'm gonna play this one for you. And it goes, let's go. You're just an object to me. I'd like to get to know you better. Paste you across my body. You're just an object to me. You're just a piece of meat, and I am a butcher. I love you better, love you forever. You're just an object to me. So why Sit in the shade and drink from we made from a lover's cup. Dreams don't always come when you fall asleep. You're just an object to me. And I'm gonna do something wrong. Nobody's gonna like it. But I got my pride and my time isn't free. You're just an object to me. You're just an object to me. I feel a little better. They found your sweater. You're just an object to me. So there you go. So there's nothing funny about that song.
I was gonna say
It's
that's
kind
the
of,
complete opposite of a joke song.
yeah. But it's so pretty, you know. You can't help but love it. You know, if you listen to the actual Ween song, it's a really pretty song, but disturbing.
So for your singing, did you ever take singing lessons or anything, or you just like
No. Okay. Well,
play
here's
instrument?
okay.
Just
So this is how it all started. I had this little punk rock band back when I was like 15, and it was just a bass player and a guitarist and a drummer, and we didn't have a singer, and nobody wanted to sing, and so we tried a couple guys out, and you know nothing really worked, and and so I was like, okay, fine, screw it, I'll do it, you know, and so. But the thing is like I'm always so self conscious about my singing, and I've always thought, I'm not that good, and I kind of suck, and you know, I'm not really good at this, and I'm really embarrassed, and I'm really, you know, oh, what if I screw up, or oh, what if? And that never really changed all the way, you know, because I was in that band, and then I was in a different band after that, and I was the backup singer for that band, and then, you know, I wrote my songs and stuff, and I never thought I was a good singer. I always kind of thought that I sucked, and then I got into the band in 2001, and now I'm on a stage in front of a lot of people, and they're all watching me, and I'm super nervous and whatever. And I never really got over it. And so then I moved to Oregon, and I didn't play music for a long time. And uh, I wasn't allowed to play the guitar in the house. I don't know if any of you can relate. It's like that.
that.
Won't let
No,
you
I
play
remember.
your guitar. So,
I remember you
but
told
what
us about
happened
that last
was,
time.
yeah, what happened was, um, I started just kind of playing guitar in by myself, and I would just start letting loose, and then I started realizing, wow, I'm actually getting okay. I'm getting pretty good at singing. And then I started posting stuff on the internet, and people are like, "Wow, you're really good," and I'm like, I don't know. I was, finally one day I just accepted that I can sing pretty good, and so then once I accepted that, now I'm just not embarrassed. Like when I go play a sing thingy or something, you know, I close my eyes and I pretend that I'm sitting in my basement just playing guitar by myself, and that's how I got over it. But it was like once I accepted that I'm really not that bad of a singer, is when I actually got fairly good at it. I mean, I'm no Geddy Lee, right? Auntie at Jack, but I'm still pretty good.
No, I think you're great, man. I mean, Liberty Blair, Chrissy Cat feel the same way too. It's just, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
that's
I
why I
mean,
asked too, because man, I wish I could sing. I know I suck.
well, there you go, and that's my whole point is that you know you suck, and that's why you do. See, like I've always kind of thought that I sucked, and that's why I did. You know, once you realize
Yeah,
I
that's
don't really
true.
suck, I'm just not as good as I should be, then
That's
you can
true.
start to progress. You know, and but yeah, for me it was like I
Yeah.
had to accept it before it became true. You know, And I mean, I'm not like the greatest singer in the world. I'm not doing whatever, but I'm about 100% better than I was when I had the rock and roll band. Even my guitar playing, I've always kind of thought, man, I'm kind of a crappy guitarist, and I screwed that song up, and I feel really embarrassed. But now it's like I don't even care. It's like if I screw it up, I just try to keep going. Except for on Clay's show one night, I tried to play that Suicidal Tendency song, and it was unrecoverable. I couldn't think of the words or the chords, so I was like, fuck it, enough of that song. I'll play one I know.
But it's so true though, like what you said. I never even thought of it like that. It's if you tell yourself you suck, then you suck.
Then you do. It's
If you
it's not
keep
that you
telling
suck; it's
yourself
that your
that,
attitude sucks, right? And
yeah,
that was the
yeah,
whole thing. Is your attitude is what sucks. You might not be as skillful as you'd like to be, but if you practice, then you will be. But if you
yep,
sit there and tell yourself that you suck over and over, then eventually you never get any better because you're stuck in that do loop. Line 10,
yep,
Blue Unicorn's a jerk. Or in a print, Blue Unicorn's a jerk. Line 20, go to 10. And then it just says Blue Unicorn's a jerk all over the screen. That you're stuck in that do loop. You can't get out of it. So it actually took you guys on the internet to help convince me that I'm not as bad as I think I am. But that's the problem with artists is that, we're always our own worst critic.
yeah, yep,
Yeah, with Chrissy Cassidy, yeah, just don't care. I don't care if I screw it up. So what? I'm. The point is for me to try to have fun, and I'll go play in front of a crowd. And if it's not fun, I'm not going to go do that, right? So if I'm going to
right.
sit
I
up there and
mean,
go, oh, I totally screwed that up. I don't think I did very good. Well, then the next bunch of songs I play aren't going to be very good.
yeah,
You know.
and it is
So
about fun. I mean, that's exactly why I do my Monday karaoke because it's about fun. Because I know I'm not a great singer, but I have fun doing it. I know that, and I know everyone else has fun doing it too.
yeah, but it all boils down to like what is a good singer? Is Bob Dylan a good singer? He wrote a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
very good
true, man.
songs, and a lot of people like him. But if you were to like compare his singing voice to, some opera singer, what
Right, right.
you
That's
couldn't
a
even,
good point.
But people like Bob Dylan because he sings that way, right? It's like Tom Waits. Tom Waits, is he a good singer? I don't
Right.
know. I freaking love Tom Waits. Now you put him up against like a Barry Manilow or something. Is Tom Waits a good singer? I don't know. Barry Manilow is a good singer, right? Well, but it all boils down to our opinions. It's like
That is
and
so
I'll say it
true.
again. I don't think Geddy Lee is a very good singer. Now, don't get me wrong. Rush is an awesome band. Awesome. Musically, they're spectacular. But I personally don't like Geddy Lee's voice, but it all boils down to my opinion. It doesn't matter what I think. They've sold millions of records, so it
Right.
doesn't matter what I think. And Tom Waits, is Tom Waits a good singer? I don't know. Is he? I think he is. Is he? I'm ice cream man. Is, is that
Right.
good? Yes, it's good, but compared to what, right?
Yep.
if uh, if Tom Waits had the attitude of I'm not a very good singer, I should probably just quit. Well, then we would have lost a wonderful, wonderful thing called Tom Waits.
Right.
So,
That's so true. That's
it just boils down to what is your attitude about it? Do you, uh, yeah, it just boils down to personal preference, personal preference. Like, um, I'm trying to think of another interesting example. Somebody who, like Cyndi Lauper. Think about Cyndi Lauper. You know, is she a good singer? Yeah. Is she though? No. But Cyndi Lauper is Cyndi Lauper, and nobody sounds like Cyndi Lauper but Cyndi Lauper, right? So it all boils down to whether you like that or you don't like that. And I think Cyndi Lauper's great. I'm not gonna like hurry up and go out there and nominate her for the greatest singer in the world award or anything like that, but
yeah. Yeah.
that's not really what it means. It's not what it's about.
That's so true, man. See, that's what I love about you, man. You have like a oh. I always try to have an open mind, but you have like a really open mind, and it's like you see beyond and beyond and beyond. Because it's so
Yeah,
true. It's like who's to say what's a good singer or not? You know?
right, right. And like
Who's-
one of my favorite bands is Einstürzen and Neubauten, which is this German industrial band. They bang on freaking trash cans, you know, but they've made a career out of it, and they've sold, I don't know about millions of records, but hundreds and thousands of records, and banging on trash cans, you know. So I can guarantee you that like my grandmother would have not liked that music, but there are millions of people around the world that do. So that it really boils down to that. So if you nutshell yourself into this way of thinking, oh, I suck, I could never sing, I can't be a famous person, well then you won't be, you know. But as soon as you just, it's all about using the tools that you have, and if the tools that you have aren't very good, well, you make something good out of it.
Yep.
See, you know, this was all trash junk, and now it's a cool
It's
instrument.
a really fucking cool ass instrument.
So,
But you know,
but
it's
that's
like
my
they
whole
say
point.
too. It's like they say too. If you tell yourself that you can, or if you tell yourself that you can't, either way, you're right.
Right, right.
You
Yeah,
know.
exactly. That's a very good way of putting that. If you tell yourself you can do it, you can. If you tell yourself you can't
Yep.
do it, well, you can do that too.
Yep.
You know, it's the old there is no try, the whole Yoda philosophy. It's like you can try, but that just means that you didn't do.
Right. That's
But
that's that's part of what helped me get back on my feet when my last business partner screwed me over. I mean, well, 90% of it, my beautiful wife Nina, but and it's just that if I tell myself I can't, then I can't. But if I tell myself that I can, and I
yeah,
did,
there's all
so
that
you
like
know,
psychology stuff where they say you got to remove don't and can't and not and all of those things from your vocabulary. I don't necessarily think you should do that, but the concept is real. Like if you say, you know, the more you tell yourself that you can't do something, well, you can't do that thing, you know. I mean, how
hmm
many times do you think people told the Wright brothers that you'll never be able to fly that thing?
right?
You know, well, they did, and now we can travel at Mach 5 in, you know, SR-72 Blackbird so and so. You know, if those guys hadn't put together that big kite and got on it and rode it, you know, we, you know, air
Yeah,
travel,
who knows?
we'd be flying around in blimps and dirigibles and stuff, you know.
Yeah, that's, I mean, here's a good
So,
example too. Look at Colonel Sanders, KFC.
bingo,
He
I
was in
know
his
that story, yes.
60s. His whole life, they were like, "You're never going to be successful. You're just a failure." He wasn't. He was in his 60s before he finally
Yeah, he lived in his car,
came
traveling
up with
around,
KFC. Yep.
selling the recipe to that chicken, and it made him freaking
hmm
rich. So there you go. It's the
There's
whole,
never too late. Never too late.
yeah, like for instance, I got this shoulder injury, and it's debilitating. You know, I can play my guitar, that's fine. As soon as I try to reach up and grab something like that, though, it just shoots pain, and I sit here and complain. I go, oh, I can't do this or I can't do that, and then I think, man, I used to work with people that only had one arm or one leg or severe developmental disabilities or physiological disabilities, and they can do plenty of things just fine. And so here I'm crying about my shoulder, you know?
Right?
It's like the
Look, the
only thing that
drummer
keeps
from
me from.
look
Yeah,
at
the
the drummer
drummer for
from
Def
Def
Leppard.
Leppard.
Yeah, there you go. Hell, there's a guy on YouTube. I don't know. I can't remember his name, but I keep seeing these shorts of him, and he'll just sit there and drink his coffee while he's playing the drums with one hand. Have you seen this guy? And he'll play like the
No,
most insane like metal intros and drum riffs and stuff. And he's got like two kick drums, you know, but he'll be sitting there just drinking his coffee while he's got one drumstick in his hand, and he's like just doing all this insane stuff, playing all of it with one hand.
no
And
shit. I
you
gotta
know,
look that up.
yeah, I can't remember his name, man, but I've seen the shorts of it, and it's just amazing. This guy with one hand, he's got this technique where he'll take the drumstick, and he's got the drumstick, and so as he's hitting the drum this way, he'll come back and hit the rim that way, and so he's playing like that with one hand, but really fast. It's
Right.
crazy. But there you go. I mean, limitations are what? You can watch these shorts on YouTube all day long of humans are amazing and just watch.
Oh yeah, that's
You know, like I'll never forget. I had this friend years ago. He was a martial artist, and back before there was UFC, there was only one like karate competition or martial arts competition that was full contact and no pads. And it was called Sabaki Challenge. I'm not sure if you guys remember that but this guy I knew, he went and fought in Sabaki Challenge a couple of times, and a guy kicked him in the leg so hard that his bone turned green and he almost lost a leg, and so he decided not to do that anymore. But he said the first time he was in it, he fought the one guy and he beat the guy pretty easily, and then he fought the next guy and beat that guy, and then the third guy was this old guy. He was probably in his 60s, Chinese guy. He did not have a right hand. He just had a stump, right? Like his hand was gone. And he thought, oh, haha, the whole one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest joke, He said that this Chinese guy just whooped his ass. He said he'd go do something and try to grab the guy's hand, but there's no hand there to clinch in the throw. And the guy would just pull his stump out and punch him. And he said it felt like getting hit with the end of a baseball bat.
oh
So,
shit. So
so
yeah,
even a one-armed martial artist can still kick your ass. You know what I mean? Like, people are just
it's
amazing.
crazy. I would have never thought of that. Yeah, just the stump or whatever you call it.
Yeah, yeah.
You
Because
can
he was
still use
in,
it as a fist.
what was his
But
art? I think he was in like Inshin karate. I can't remember what it was, but it kind of incorporated like traditional karate with like judo throws and things like that. And there's a lot of, grabbing the gi throws and stuff like that. But also, if you're fighting an opponent who isn't wearing a gi, you have to grab him in certain places, lock it in here and then pull. But this guy had no freaking hand, and so he'd grab the stump, and the guy just pull it out and just punch him with it. And he lost. He lost. This one-armed man beat him severely. And I said, oh, okay, well, did you learn anything from that, bud? And he goes, yeah, that I'm getting a little too old for these kind of competitions. I said, what are you talking about? That guy was in his 60s, and he just beat your ass. He said, well, yeah.
there's always someone bigger and better.
Always.
And never judge a book by its cover.
Right.
For
Yeah,
sure.
you start talking crap to some little guy, and he's going to just, next thing you know, he's a Wolverine, and he's all over you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to that whole perception is what screws us over every time. If I think I'm a bad fighter, I'm a bad fighter. If I think I'm
Yeah.
going to fall off this mountain while I'm climbing it, you fall. Like, I don't know how
Right.
many of you have ever been rock climber, but that's how that works. As soon as you think you're going to fall, you will.
Yep.
So, you got to just not think you're going to fall, and then you won't. At least that's what a lot of those crazy free climber guys will say.
I mean, it's like they say with little kids too. Like if you tell a bunch of little kids, whatever you do, don't run in the hallway. The first thing they're gonna do is run, because you know what I mean. It's kind of the
Yeah.
same. Like
Yeah, it's like you manifest the physicality by thinking about it,
Yep.
or saying it out loud. That's another one. People tell me I jinx them all the time because I say things out loud. Hey, maybe you guys should not be spraying the water all over the trampoline while you're jumping on it. Spam! See, what did I tell you? Oh, you freaking jinxed
You
us.
jinxed us, right?
No. I'm
It's-
just using
there's
what's called prescient sight, which is I can see all of the information that I have around me and predict what the outcome might be.
there's still water on trampoline, and you're still gonna slip from the water.
Yeah. It's so much fun though, isn't it? Until you freaking hit your face on the metal structure. But there you go. But yeah, I don't know. That's we manifest a lot of things. Well, I was seeing something the other day. It had to do with the same kind of idea that it had to do with. I think it had to do with depression. Now I'm not minimizing depression because I do get that every once in a while, but the way the guy was saying it was he said if you go around identifying yourself as a depressed person, then that's what you will be. You know, he says, I don't believe that depression, this was his opinion. He says, I don't believe that depression is a thing like everybody says it is. He says, now people can get depressed, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But then you get stuck in that do loop, like we were saying earlier. Like you get depressed, and then you think, well, all I am is depressed, and I can't be not depressed. And then you're just depressed for. And as soon as you write a magic song and say, I'm not depressed anymore, listen to this, and then you can snap out of it. But I put a lot of stock into the whole. It's not mind over matter, I guess, but it's more like the concept that we're in a simulation and our own mind is what creates our reality. That sort of idea.
Yep.
And sometimes I forget that and then get depressed. But as soon as I realize it, then I'm not anymore. I'm like, oh, you know what? Sometimes you're the asshole, That's why that's a magic song, because sometimes if you just reflect on the subject and you can realize what the problem is, and then you can take steps to rectify that problem. But if you never accept what that is, you'll never be able to move on. You'll just be stuck in that loop and can't get out of it.
Yep.
Axion's in the house.
Aloha. But yeah, it actually happened to me 2 weeks ago when my tire blew out. Because the tire blew out, and then my van was on the side street, and I didn't have my spare because my spare went flat, and I never got that fixed. Then nobody had the tire, and then other bad things happened. Like that was on a Friday, and then Saturday, other bad things. Then I couldn't get, and I'm thinking, man, my van's gonna get towed. I don't have the money to get that out. And after like 5 days straight of just, it's like, what the hell, man? When it rains, it pours. Like one, but because I kept thinking, bad things happening, and then when I like snapped to it, and I was like, dude, you come this far, man. I mean, seriously, you're gonna let this drag you down, and then things started picking up.
Yeah, well, and and that's a whole other issue when it comes to like remembering. It's like if you have like a bad breakup with some person or whatever, and all you can think of is all the screwed up bad stuff that happened. And those are probably only like 10 or 15 things out of the whole relationship, and there was probably 1,000 good things that happened, but you don't remember those because you're stuck in this negativity and this. Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of that myself.
Yep.
Only remembering the bad shit that happens, or because like that day you were describing, all these things. Oh, my car broke down, and then I had to like walk to the store, and you're probably so mad that you didn't see there was $100 bill laying on the sidewalk, and you just walked right past it.
Right? Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It is. It's so true. Yeah. And because then I was similar, but yeah, because when it happened, I had a pretty decent sized job set up for the next day, but then that happened, and I'm like, I can't even get a tire because for some reason, I guess my work van is special or something because nobody has a tire for this van. And
I had
don't
a pickup truck like
all
that.
I go to all these places and they got thousands of tires, and it's like, really, not one of them, not one. It's not like I have some like special van from the 40s or something you can't get anymore,
Yeah, what was it? I had an old Chevy Scottsdale, and it had like 17.5-inch rims or something dumb like that. So it quite literally needed these specialty tires that they didn't make anymore. So I had to like get retreads for it and stuff, which I didn't even realize that they still did retreads, but they do. They did then. I don't know that they do now, but yeah, it was ridiculous. It's some half-size tire that they just don't make anymore.
Yeah, but so then with that job, I couldn't make it because I couldn't find the tire, and then I was under the impression that she was gonna wait till like Monday, because originally it wasn't even supposed to be till the following week, but she wanted it sooner, so I was gonna make that happen. But then and so long story short, I lost that job, and because I'm all like, man, when it rains it pours, and just thinking that, my phone was on silent for some reason, and I missed three calls that would have been 3 times as much as I would have made from that. But I'm so worried about that. So same thing as
Well, yeah,
walking by
that's
the hundred
there you
dollar
go.
bill,
So
you
you
know?
walked right past the $100 bill because you're
Yep,
fixated on this negative thing and didn't
exactly.
realize that your phone was on mute because you're too busy worried about this other thing. And
Yep.
yeah, it's
And
that kind of thing. And then of course there's the old tragedy comes in threes or whatever. But I don't know about all that. I think tragedy just happens all the time. It's sometimes we don't notice it. But
yeah,
you
yeah,
know, but at least a witch moth didn't fly into your house.
right.
It's kind of it has to do with pole vault. Yeah, he sent me this picture of this moth, and I was like, oh yeah, that looks like a gypsy moth or something. And then he shows me this video, and I was like, oh my god, that thing's huge. And then I was like, uh oh, that's a witch moth, dude.
Damn, man. You know what, dude? Not even a week, just a couple days ago, there was because on in front of me on the other side of my is the sliding glass door to go in the backyard, and the door was closed. But a couple days ago, I'm sitting there and the outside light was on, and I'm like, "What the hell is that?" I thought it was a bat, but there's no bats here. But it was a moth, and this thing was like freaking huge, man. I'm just going, "What the?" And it's moving, and I'm like, "What is it?" And I walked over and looked, and it like took off. It was probably the biggest moth I've ever seen. I
Yeah,
should have
witch
took a
moths
picture
are
of
big.
it.
I don't know that they have witch moths in Hawaii, but I'm sure they have something cool there.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, what kind of moth it was, but I've never seen one that big in my life. I should have took a picture of it. But
Yeah, yeah. See, the witch moth has superstition associated with it. It's a harbinger of bad things. It means bad things are about to happen. If you
oh
believe
shit,
in all of that stuff.
I
But
don't.
yeah,
I used
I don't
to,
think
but
that.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm not superstitious at all. In fact, it was funny because I was talking to Pole Vault about it, and I said, "Dude, you should mail that to me, and then I'll." And then the only bad thing that's going to happen is that moth is going to meet my killing jar. It's the harbinger of its own death. So we'll see what happens to that.
Well, now I'm really looking forward to next Thursday because Pole Vault's going to be on next Thursday. So
Nice, nice. But yeah, because me and my boy, we've been like studying bugs and things since he was little, and so I've got a kind of an extensive bug collection that would probably disturb a lot of people. Like, wow, dude. I took pictures of it and sent them to him. So here you go. This is only part of the bug collection. It's pretty big, but it's not that we just collect the bugs and just to do that. We look them up and find out what they are. And
yeah,
so anyway,
and
but
your son's really cool too, man. I got the chance to meet him last time afterwards.
oh yeah, yeah.
Really,
He's
really
just
cool,
he's chilling in there right now. I told
really
him he
cool
could
kid.
come on the show if he wants to, but he can't just come in the room and start making noise. So it's not that kind of thing. You gotta come sit next to me and say hi to everybody. That's how this works. But he won't. So. But yeah, he's got his own little YouTube channel, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna do a face reveal until blah blah blah," and all of that YouTube stuff that I don't quite get. So anyway, so he's not gonna come do a face reveal tonight. Sorry, guys.
He's not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Not yet. He just he's old enough now that they don't automatically age restrict or what was it they used to turn off the comments on his videos because he had his little kid voice, and so the algorithm would pick that up and turn off the comments. Now he's old enough that he's got his big boy voice on, so they don't do that on his videos anymore. But he still doesn't want to do the face reveal just yet. But that's fine, it's his channel. He can do what he wants.
Yeah. Liberty Blair, much love and aloha. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh,
Hope you have a great night.
see you, Liberty Blair. Thanks for popping in. Liberty Blair comes to watch me do open mics. That's always cool. and Anon Mouse, and a lot of folks actually. In fact, there was one I actually like. I do this funny thing where I count like, one and two and third and
Yeah.
fourth and stuff like that. And there was
Yeah.
one a little while ago. I actually made it past 20, which doesn't sound like a lot of people. It's not really a lot of people, but it's 20 people. That's a lot of people for me, and I think it's so cool that 20 people want to come watch me play guitar. You know,
Yeah.
it's
No, it
pretty cool.
is. It is cool.
In
I
fact, what
think the
was it?
most I've had was 70 or mid 70s, and that was just once. But it's just like, whoa, shit! I started acting different because I'm like, there's 70, there's 70
Yeah,
something.
it gets all you're like nerve wracked. Oh my god, there's so many people
Yeah,
watching right now. But
yeah. It's weird how that works because it's like, what's the difference if there's 70, 700, or seven?
right, I
But
can embarrass myself in front of one person.
right,
But there was something. It was like Valerie played some show in Boulder, and there was like nobody at the actual show because it was like a kids playground restaurant kind of thing. I'm not really exactly sure. It was the
oh, was that during the day? And
yeah. I can't
I
remember what
think
the
I
place was
watched
called.
that.
But
Yeah,
there
I
was
think I
there was
watched that.
like I don't know, like five of us sitting out there watching, and I had posted a link um on my channel, and somebody had commented on mine saying, "Hey, good job going through with the show. I know how nerve wracking that is when nobody comes." And I had to comment, and I said, "No, man, there was like 35 people there. They were just watching from the internet. It's
Yeah,
not that nobody
yeah.
came. There was like 35 people there. And so I always say that when I go to open mic, because like there's always like 10 people in the bar, maybe 15, and I've got like 20 people in my live stream, and I said, "See, I brought half the crowd with me." It
Yep.
just sucks that
Yeah.
I'm taking them with me when I leave too, though. but
Right.
but what was it? I went and Space Monkeys from the Future were playing, and I just showed up at the bar and live streamed it, and there was quite a few people there, but there was like a bunch of people in the chat, and so I was talking to the guy from the band afterwards, and I says, "Yeah, dude, I doubled your crowd tonight." And he's like, "Oh,
Y-
thanks, man." But I keep trying to get them to do more on their YouTube channel, but they're Facebook people and they do their website. But they're a pretty
Oh,
fun band. There's like 15 people in the band, and only like maybe five of them play at a time. So it's hard to know who's going to be playing when they're playing. But
damn, that's a lot of people for one band.
yeah, well,
Jeez.
it's because it's kind of like a revolving door, like this guy plays the harmonica. Want to come play with us for a while? Great. This guy, can play the bass. Oh, you can't play bass on Friday? We're having a show Friday. Well, it's okay. We got this other guy who will play bass. So
Right. Yeah.
it's kind of interesting. I'm not sure if there's 15 people, but I mean, I've seen at least 10 different people in that band. And it's kind of great in some ways because it changes the sound up, with the different members who are there. The one consistent guy is the singer, guitar player guy. His name's Michael. I call him uh, Space Mike or Michael Monkey. I can't remember what I was calling him. But anyway, he's consistent, and the harmonica player is usually the same guy. But they've had different drummers and different bass players, different backup guitarists. Uh, but the sound of the band, you know, changes up with the different members. But anyway, I know this guy Adam Nobody from around the way. I've seen him around. He plays bass for Space Monkeys sometimes. The other day, I just went and saw him. They had a band called Nobody's Business, and I'd live streamed that. And it was really lame because I live streamed it until my battery died on my phone. And I was like, oh well. So I went and put the phone in the car and plugged it in to charge it. And I came back, and their whole second set just was killer. Like, it was 100 times better than the first set. And I was like, damn it. And I didn't get any of that on the live stream. But afterwards, I went, or during the in between sets, I went over there and bothered everybody, stuck my camera in their face, and Made them all nervous. It's funny. But it was a fun show, man. It was like there's probably like 50 bikers there. I did a whole thing where I walked up and down the parking lot and showed everybody's motorcycles that were in the parking lot, and oh man, there was some beauties in there. But you know, it was pretty. It was a pretty big crowd for being such a small little venue. But they were cool, so you can go watch Nobody's Business on my live stream. Just and it was all original songs. That was another good thing. They were all original songs. It was all like that classic rock and roll sound. I couldn't even really tell you like making a comparison, but they sounded like yeah,
Classic.
I can't even make a comparison. It was just like blues rock and roll is what it was. Just blues rock and roll. But it was a pretty good show, and it got me out of the house, so that was fun. Oh, Homeless in America's in the house. Hello. I'm subscribed to Homeless
What's
in
good,
America. He gets to
Jake?
see me. This is my ugly mug, dude.
Yeah, Jake's cool, man. I've known Jake for a while.
Oh, right on, right on.
So,
I kept trying to be like, hey, I could show you how to forage and stuff, and he's like, nah, all the apples aren't ripe yet. I said, yeah, no, I get that. That's not the point. But that's my. I have another YouTube channel called Blue Unicorn Was Here, and it's about foraging for food in urban environments. So even if you are in a city, you can still find things to eat all over the town. You know, it's just
yep.
it's not something that you're gonna find in a grocery store, and you know, but it's still gonna be good. Like me and my boy actually. There's a mulberry tree right up the road, and it just drops the mulberries all over the sidewalk, and people step on them, and nobody eats them or anything. So me and my boy would go over there and pick them up off the sidewalk, because I was kind of teaching him, okay, when you're foraging, you can't go onto someone's property. That's unethical. So if you can reach it from the sidewalk, it's yours. The law is that if I can reach it from the sidewalk, then anyone can have this. And so anyway, we were picking up the mulberries, and the guy from the house. Now the way it works is that the mulberry tree is hanging over a fence into the neighbor's yard, right, and then over the sidewalk. And so we were picking them up, and the guy from the house came out, and he was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, picking up the mulberries? Yeah, right on. I hate mowing those things. They get all over my shoes." He's like, "Come pick them all up. You know, take them all." I was like, wow, that's cool. That doesn't generally happen. Usually people come and say, hey, quit taking my stuff. And you
Right,
go, dude, it's on the sidewalk, man. Yeah, but those are my apples. Yeah, well, if they're your apples, keep them off the sidewalk, man. And
right.
usually that's how that goes. So anyway, so we've been back to this guy's front yard like 4 or 5 times just in the last couple of weeks, and I've got like 10 sheets of fruit leather that we've made from this stuff. And last time I saw Valerie, I brought her some jars of some jellies that I made last year from Sandhill plums, which are just, they're wild plums. They grow all up and down irrigation canals. And, you know, I've seen them in Oregon, I've seen them in Colorado, I've seen them in Kansas. And I know that they grow all over the East, you know, the East Coast as well. They're just, it's the only native plum, or it's the only native prunus variety of stone fruit in North America. I'm pretty sure it's called Prunus americanus or Virginianus. I can't remember. Anyway, it's the native stone fruit to North America, so it's just everywhere. And then of course down this road there's choke cherries that grow all over the place around here. Now, of course, I learned how to do all the foraging stuff that I know. I learned all of that in Oregon, which is the Pacific Northwest rainforest, and there's all kinds of edible mushrooms. Like almost every type of bolete mushroom is edible, and they're easily identified because they have, like, instead of gills underneath, they have like spongy, like a foamy, brainy looking thing. Almost every one of those are edible. There's only two that aren't, and they have red gills. So instead of the yellow or white like a king bolete would have, uh, it's red. And it's not that they'll be poisonous; they don't taste good. They're really spicy and you can't eat it. So, but other than that, up in Oregon, you got in the early spring, you have like there's certain kinds of chanterelles that grow. You got blackberries are starting to flower, starting to grow. So all through the summer, there's blackberries everywhere. There's service berries. There's cherries growing everywhere. There's apples of every kind. And in every season, there's some new thing that's harvestable. So in Oregon, there's not a day that would go by that I would have ever possibly been hungry because there's just free food everywhere. Now, Colorado is a different story. Uh, there is food, it's just different foods, you know? Like, for one, it's called Malva neglecta. It's the relic plant that people turned into okra. So now we have okra, but its original plant was this stuff called Malva neglecta. And you can eat it. You can eat the leaves. You can eat the stems. You can eat the little cheese wheels that uh, grow the seeds in them. The issue is that it's a little bit slimy. So like okra is slimy, and so people are like, "Ew, I don't want to eat that." Ugh. It's like, well, dude, if you're hungry enough, you're gonna eat that. There's no two ways about it. If you were lost in the woods, there's no grocery store, dude. You got to figure out what the wild onions look like. This is a wild onion. This is a death camas. Don't eat the death camas. Eat the wild onion. I know they look
Right.
similar, but there's ways to tell, and I'll show you the difference. So,
I'm
if
pretty
yeah,
sure
sorry.
I think you brought up that channel last time, either backstage afterwards or during. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure I subscribed to it.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I just put up a video making. This is a little short video of like the steps of how to make fruit leather. Now, fruit leather is the kind of thing that you could make it with a campfire, and I guess you might need a pan. But other than that, you need a pot and a pan, and is all that you'd really need. And there's various ways that you can make a pan. If you find a piece of sheet metal laying on the side of the road, you can just bend it into a pan and use that. But all you really got to do is you boil it down. You boil whatever fruit is, if you're going to use like blackberries or mulberries or whatever, cherries work or whatever. You got to boil it in your pot, mash it down, and then you go to the 7-Eleven and you go, "Hey, excuse me, are these sugar packets free?" And they go, "Yeah." And you go, "Okay." And you fill your pocket with some sugar packets and then you leave. You don't buy anything because you asked him if they're free and he said they were. So there you go.
Yeah, it's
And so all you
fair
need is
game.
some fruit and a pot and about 2 tablespoons of sugar and a means to mash it all up. And you could use a rock or a stick or whatever it is that you have handy. And then you pour that out into the pan and you let it dry in the sunlight. You just put it out in the sunlight and let it dry. And then you peel it off from the pan and you eat it. Now, if you can get some extra spare change or whatever it is, you can go buy parchment paper and it makes it a lot easier. But the idea is that I'm trying to make this thing about how you can find food when there isn't any at the store, because people don't think about this. But think about what
Yeah, because
happened. Think about what happened with all the toilet paper and the
I was
last
just about to
social
say,
panic that
yeah,
happened.
and not everyone's a prepper. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Not everyone's
right.
like, you know.
Well, and let's say that you are a prepper. Let's say, oh, well, I got this cabin and it's totally stocked and it's got everything I need and blah blah blah. Yeah, dude, you're still in the middle of the city. When the apocalypse happens, you're gonna have to go through this gauntlet of people trying to take what you have just to get where you're going. You got to
Right?
be able to
Yes.
know how to deal with it where you are right now.
Yep.
And like I
Exactly.
could walk you down the sidewalk. The other day at that show, I kind of just walked down the side of the road and started pointing stuff out. Oh, look, this is prickly lettuce. This is how you pick it. You see this white stuff coming out of it? That's toxic. You don't want to. That'll make you kind of sick. So what you do is you turn it upside down, like you're making a bouquet in a vase, and then all the water sucks that out. Now you can eat the lettuce, right? And I just kind of did this little roadside deal where we walked up and down the road, and I was pointing out things that you can eat right there. You know, of course, you don't want to eat the ones that right next to the highway because it's probably pretty polluted. But
Right.
these are the kinds of things that grow in people's yards, and they just pull these weeds and throw them out. You know, like dandelions. The reason there are dandelions in North America is because people brought them here as food, and then they proliferated. So, you know, what a lot of people think are weeds is actually made out of food. You know, so one of these days I plan to do one where I'm just like, I'll probably have to make a video because I can't live stream from the mountains, but I'll just go take a hike up in the mountains and point out all of the different edible things.
Yeah,
There's a
just
type,
you can record a video and then
yeah, and I'll just upload it. But like for
yeah,
instance, because I was in Boy Scouts for a little while, you know, I never learned a damn thing in Boy Scouts except for how to get myself ready to go join the army, and that's not something I ever wanted. I wanted to learn survival stuff. They didn't teach me that. They taught us how to put up a giant stupid tent and cook all of our food on a stove, and
right.
you know, this is how you build a campfire with a lighter. You know, come on, guys, this is freaking Boy Scouts. So all this survival stuff I learned was from like Les Strud and Survivor Man and shows like that, you know, and practical, doing things practically. Oh, I saw on a show a guy made a campfire with a bottle that he found in the mountains. Well, how did he do it? He put a little bit of water in it and used it as a lens to light his fire. So every time I learn one of these things, I go try to practice it and get good at it. So I got like 5 different ways I know how to make fire, and then about 10 theoretical ways that I would know how to make fire.
Right.
But
Survival skills. Survival
yeah, and
skills.
I didn't learn any of this in Boy Scouts. So, but anyhow, in Boy Scouts, there's a big Boy Scout camp right up called Ben de la Tour Boy Scout Camp up in the Poudre Canyon, the Cache la Poudre River Canyon, which people around here just call it the Poudre Canyon, which sounds funny.
Right.
But anyway, they pointed out these bushes up there, and I distinctly remember this. They pointed out the bushes that had the red berries, and they said, "Don't eat the red berries. The red berries are poison." Right? Well, turns out there's a kind of currant berry called the Colorado currant berry, and it's called the Colorado currant berry because one, it grows in Colorado, and two, it's red. Now, of course, the word Colorado means colorful, but some people also say it means red. It's actually kind of a brick red. But anyway, they are absolutely edible, and that is the bush that the Boy Scout leaders pointed out to me and said, "Don't eat the red berries, they're poisonous." I said, "Dude, those are, you know, at the time I was just a kid. I didn't know, but now I know those are Colorado currant berries, and they are not poisonous. They are actually quite delicious." So there you go.
Yeah.
So don't always
There you
believe
go.
what the
Yeah.
experts tell you. The experts don't even know shit
I
from
figured I've
Shinola.
learned that. I figured that out the last couple of years for sure.
I mean, and I understand it's the old, you know, rule of generality. You know, there are red berries that are poisonous. So if you don't know what they are, you probably shouldn't eat them. But but here's a fun one. HIA knows about these. I think he's up in Washington. Uh, but okay, so my brother-in-law had these bushes grown in his yard, and he's like, "Yeah, these are holly, and they're poisonous." And I said, "These right here?" He's like, "Yeah, those are poisonous." So that's not holly. He goes, "No, it's holly. That's holly. My grandpa told me that's holly because he inherited the property or whatever." So, well, your grandpa's wrong. Those are Oregon grape. And I picked one off. It's to see how it's purple and not red or white or the color of holly. See how it's purple? Yeah. So these are Oregon grape, and you can eat these. He's like, "No, no, no. Those are holly. They're I started picking them off the thing and eating them. I said, "You better call an ambulance, dude, because These are Oregon grapes, But that's the whole thing, is that he believed what his grandpa told him. And I said, well, your grandpa's wrong. That's not holly. Those are Oregon grapes. And if anyone has ever eaten an Oregon grape, it's not a grape. It grows on a bush that looks like holly. It has those weird pointed leaves that are spiny, but it's about the size of a marble, and it's purple. And when you eat it, it's really, really, really sour, and then it's really, really sweet. Like, remember that there was a candy called Warheads that did that? They were really sour and then really sweet. And that's
Yep.
what these are. They taste really sour at first, but then they're sweet. And they're really good for you. They're full of all sorts of, vitamins and minerals and things. Um, but that goes to show you that when you listen to, one
Yeah. I
expert
mean,
telling you that this is deadly poison, and well, they don't know what they're talking about.
or even like from your grandpa, like just think about how many people are misinformed because their parents or grandparents or great grandparents were misinformed and they just passed that information down. And now
Exactly.
you're still misinformed. And it's like, hey, what's up,
Yeah.
John Mosman?
Yeah. The
Go on,
term
brother.
for that is, I think, cynicism, which is to parrot. They're just parroting what they heard, whether
Yeah.
it's true or not, because they don't know if
Yeah.
it's true or not. They just believe it because someone else told them that.
Yeah. Like, yeah, so and so, or my grandpa told me he knows everything.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's called argumentum ad verecundiam, which means argument by misplaced authority.
Right.
I'm a doctor and I'm telling you that fluoride is good for your teeth. Oh, yeah? Well, what kind of doctor are you? Well, I have a PhD in architecture.
Right.
Okay, well, you're not really the right kind of
Right.
doctor to know those things, are you?
Even in the 50s, 4 out of 5 doctors smoked Pall Malls.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 of them smoke Camel. So you
Yeah.
should
Camel.
smoke
That's what it
Camel,
was.
not Pall
Camel.
Malls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Camel. Yeah.
but yeah, if you just look up who Ed Bernays was, and he wrote this book called Propaganda. He coined the term, but he was Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he would go study with Sigmund Freud, and then he would learn all these things about all the weird quirks and neuroses that people have, and then he came back to the United States and used it in marketing. So, like I remember in high school, in I think it was even civics class, which this has nothing to do with civics, but they started teaching us about advertising and how, the whole everyone's buying it and you should too, and act now while supplies last, and these things. These are all
Yeah.
logical fallacies. But the whole everyone's buying it and you should too. That's called the bandwagon, or also argumentum ad populum, or argument by popular belief. The whole world believes the world is flat, therefore it must be true.
Yeah.
So, but advertising, that's all it is. It's fallacies of logic used to trick you into buying something you didn't even know you wanted.
Yeah. Or the product on demand, buy now while supplies last. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
if I don't get
That's
it now, I'm
appeal.
never going to be able to get it.
Yeah, it's an appeal to excitement. It's a type of appeal to fear. If I don't get it now, they're going to run out.
Right.
But that's not a logical reason to go buy one. You know, well, it was on sale.
Right.
If I buy two, I get them for $5. Yeah, but do you need two? No. Well, why don't you just buy one for $2.50? I'm pretty sure that's what that means.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, no, it's deceptive advertising and logical foul. Yeah, I studied logic for a few years, and what I can say is that it's made me a very difficult person to like, because I'll call bullshit on pretty much any kind of bullshit that I hear. I'm like, well, okay, but you see what you said there was, like, my favorite one is the straw man argument. So every time I hear somebody go, well, essentially what he's saying is, they're about to redefine whatever his argument was and then tell you how dumb it was. See?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes a person hard to like, because if you study logic, you can point out when people are lying to you. And people don't like that. They don't like it when you catch them lying to you.
Well, right. Yeah, I think it's a good trait to have to call out bullshit because
Oh yeah,
it just like 90% of the world just gets away with bullshit
they
because
do.
you know.
Absolutely. They do, and they fall for it. A lot because if you don't understand, logic is kind of like a form of mathematics. Now, I didn't study formal logic, so I don't know all the math equations involved with it. But like what's it called? Uh, sol. I can't remember what it's called. It's like three-part thing. It's like like all dogs are brown. Snoopy is a dog, therefore Snoopy is brown, right? Uh, Now, where you find the fault in the logic in that is the faulty premise. Not all dogs are brown. Snoopy is white with black spots, so clearly he's not brown, right? So that's how you find the lot. But it all goes in like a mathematical equation kind of deal. So I didn't really study that, but I studied all like a lot of the informal fallacies, the appeals to fear, appeals to popular belief, appeals to religion, appeals, circular logic, these kinds of things. Like why does the law apply? Well, because the law says it applies. Well, that's circular logic. That doesn't prove the law applies. It just proves somebody says it does. You know.
Yeah, right.
But anyway, I tell you, when you study these things and you're in a relationship with somebody, don't practice on your partner because it makes them very, very mad. That's just my advice. You know, just allow them to have their fallacious logic, and then you'll be much happier.
Oh yeah, I learned that a while ago.
Yeah, me too. But that being said,
Yeah, I was gonna say we're a little over 3 hours. I don't know.
holy crap, really?
You want to
Wow.
play any more live
Oh
songs
yeah,
or maybe an
I
original
can play more
or
songs. Yeah, you guys want to hear an original song? I'm not even sure who all is here still.
we still got few. We got John Mosman, Deal for Real. I think
Appeal
Pole
to
Vault's still
Authority.
here.
John Mosman Productions. Appeal to Authority. That's true. It's argumentum advercundium, and it means appeal to authority, but it doesn't mean they are the authority. What it means is it's a misplaced authority. It's the whole when your mom says, "Because I said so." That's an appeal to authority. Like, I'm the boss, you do what I say. Right? Well, that's not really a valid reason to do it. Uh, my favorite one is not even really a fallacy, but it's called argumentum ad baculum. Now, a baculum was sometimes called a swagger stick, and it's usually about yay long, and they just kind of carry it under their arm, and they use it for gesturing or whatever. But you can also use it to bash someone over the head, right? And so it's argument by the stick is what it is, and it just basically means I'm right because I will hurt you if you disagree. And that is what our whole basis of our court system is based on that fallacy. We're right because we'll hurt you if you disagree. Doesn't make them right, just means they're threatening you. So that's why
Shit,
the
that's
law
so
applies.
true.
The law doesn't apply because the law says it applies. The law applies because there's a gun in the room.
Right. Yeah. Oh
And the guy in
shit.
the black robe will make that gun hurt you if you disagree with him. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
that's a good one. Ad baculum. Walk softly but speak with a big stick. Right? Yeah. My favorite one comes from uh, what was that song Johnny Smoke by Butthole Surfers, where he says so and so was a like a midget lesbian boy, but he stood 10 foot tall with a knife. I can't remember the exact lyrics, but it was hilarious. But it's the whole he stands 10 foot tall with a knife. It means don't mess with him. he might be little, but he'll freaking stab you.
Yeah, John Mosman, he's cool. He's a good friend of mine. He's
Walk softly but speak with it. Well, okay, so who was it? Well, Bad Religion had that one song. It was Walk softly but carry. And I can't remember
I
the
can't.
lyrics, but if I had to guess, I'm sorry, I'm answering the deal for real. If I had to guess, I would say it's probably Mark Twain. But I don't know. It might have been Winston Churchill, which the only Winston Churchill thing I know is him saying, "This is the sort of silliness up with which I shall not put." And he said that because people kept correcting his grammar. So, he's
Well,
like,
here you go. Here's a trick one. Who said this? I gotta remember it. Um,
"Hey, it was Winston Churchill. I was right. My guess was right."
how does it go? Shit, how does it go?
Oh,
Oh,
Teddy Roosevelt, right?
how fortunate for the rulers that men do not think. Is that right? How fortunate for the rulers that men do not think. Who said that?
I can't remember, but it reminds me of a quote where he says,
It was a guy with a funny mustache.
well, like Rockefeller was known to have said something like that, where he said, "It's fortunate for all of us that the public doesn't read." Because
Oh shit!
all of their, hey, MLH is in the
Hey,
house. Welcome.
what's up, bro?
Uh, uh, MLH, I talked to Blue Unicorn. He is willing to do the movie, but he is a hyperdimensional being that exists in the internet. So he gave me permission to wear the costume and do the scenes. So I'll be in your movie if you still want me to. Anyway, what was I saying? Something about.
I didn't know Rockefeller said that because
Yeah, well, it had to
oh
do with the
shit,
Council on Foreign Relations because they had all these plans they were going to do to take over all the media and all the government and all the this and that. And they wrote books about it that their own members would read. And, that some newspaper guy asked him, well, if you guys keep publishing these books and things, aren't you worried that your secret's going to get out? And he says, no, it's very fortunate for us that the public doesn't read. Like
right?
all of their plans were written. It's just that nobody ever reads them. Nobody reads that. So that's why when I say, "Oh yeah, no," you see, the Rockefellers were heavily invested in the Federal Reserve System, and then they had this new tax system, right, where they got to tax people's income, but only 50% of the population were actually working, and so they put all this money into women's liberation so that women would go get jobs so that they could tax them. And then people go, "Nah, you're just a misogynist." Well, no, that's the history of it. That's how
Right.
women's lib got funded. First wave feminism was funded by the Rockefellers and the Annenbergs and all the people that were involved in the Federal Reserve System. And it was simply so that they could get your kids into public school and they could get women to go get jobs and pay taxes. And that was their point. It didn't have anything to do with liberating women.
Right.
Maybe
Yep.
the women who started the movement had that in mind, but it got co-opted by these rich guys who then poured all the funding and the money into it to propagandize everybody. But it was one of those things where if they came out and said, "Well, we want to indoctrinate your kids and then tax everybody," well, then nobody would go along with that. So they
Yeah.
had to
Right.
couch it in this way to where they're doing this stuff over here, but really they're gaining their victory over here, because
Yep.
everybody's all focused on this argument. They don't realize what the actual scheme is.
Just
But
like
these
they're
are all
still
matters in
doing.
history.
They're still doing to this day
Yeah,
with
absolutely. I
different,
mean,
but
think about the latest moral panic thing that locked us all down in our freaking houses for 2 years, and everything that they told us was untrue. Every single thing. If you
yep.
go research this now, you'll find that because see now I have an academic education in conspiracy theory, right? Name the conspiracy theory. I can tell you all about it. All right. Now, when this thing first started, if you go watch one of my videos, it's what is a blue unicorn and why is it important? Episode 1.187. I'm making a huge mockery out of all of these dumbasses that were falling for the propaganda, and I was making a mockery of it. Like one of them was like, I said, first I put on like a Spider-Man mask, and that's good. And then I put on a Batman mask. Oh, that's no good. It doesn't cover your nose and mouth. That doesn't work. And then I said, it's always important to wear your mask that covers your nose and mouth when going to public places such as the bank. And then now he's wearing a bandana over his face like the old cowboy bank robber guys, right? So I'm making a
Yep.
joke. And then within a week of that, I'm seeing people walking around with bandanas over their stupid face. And then, okay, there's a term called security theater. Do you know what this means? It's when like the gas station puts the little camera bubbles all over the ceiling, but there's no cameras in them. You just think
Yeah, the
there's cameras in
decoys.
them. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not keeping you safe. You think it is. It's not. But then I heard the name Fauci, and of course I knew all of this stuff about Fauci from the freaking 90s and the AIDS epidemic. Now you guys should go research that. See Fauci's connection to that, and then tell me
Right.
that you want to trust him with what
Yeah.
medicines that you should take. You know.
Right. That's,
So as soon as I heard that name, and I knew that he worked at Fort Detrick, and I also knew that Obama had shut down Fort Detrick as far as any of that gain of function stuff, and then now all of a sudden he took all the money and went over to China and still doing it in China. Like I knew all of this stuff. When this all came out, I'm researching it. You can still, and then oh no, anyone who thinks that that came out of a lab is a wackadoo, conspiracy nut. Well, guess what? The tinfoil hats work just fine. You know, that's my take on it because everything they told us was a lie. Yeah, okay, there was a real germ. Sure, yes, there was, because they let it go. But then all of the other stuff that they did after that, all of that control, command and control, and gaining power and taking power and
oh
taking more
yeah.
power and I mean, all of the richest people in the world, like what was it? It was like they tripled their wealth during COVID while the rest of us starved and couldn't go to
Yep.
work and couldn't buy
And
food.
the funny thing is, I knew all about it a week before it happened
Yeah,
because my neighbor was having a party and he's military and there's a bunch of, and some young military dude drunk as shit. And I know he wasn't supposed to be telling me anything, but he's like, "Hey man, just let you know, in like a week or two, man, they're gonna start making everyone wear masks." And I'm like,
there you go.
"What are you talking about? Wear masks? What do you know?" And he's like, like doctors wearing stuff like that. I'm like, "Whatever, dude." He's like, "I'm just letting you know, man. They're gonna try to put some shit in your head and they're gonna like shut shit." And then a week
Hmm.
later, not even a week later, and I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" Like,
There you go.
so
There you go. And it's not because he was some conspiracy theorist. It's just that he had a different set of information than the average person. You know.
yep,
And so that's why I always laugh. Like for instance, I think I don't even know how many times I've heard this. But I heard Michael Shermer say this one time. Do you know who Michael Shermer is?
I've heard that
Uh,
name. Yes,
he's the editor of Skeptics magazine, and he wrote this book. It was called "Why People Believe Weird Things." Now, the whole first chapter of that book is really good. He explains logical fallacies, how people use logical fallacies, blah blah blah, and then the next 2/3 of his book is him using all of those fallacies to convince you that you shouldn't believe what these other people believe. And he would use these very fallacies that he just pointed out. And like for
right.
instance, I saw him on Joe Rogan one time, and he was like, "I was in Dallas." He says, "Of course Oswald shot Kennedy. I was in Dallas. I've been to that window. I've looked out the window. It's not even that far of a shot. I could make that shot." And I said, I was thinking to myself, okay, none of those things proves that Oswald did it. None of
Right.
those
It's
things
just
proves that he did it. You know. So that's Michael Shermer, Mr. Expert. But what he'll say, and other people like him, is that they will say, well, you see, people want to research conspiracy theories because they have some sort of mental problem that makes them want to go see a conspiracy in everything and da 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 da, and they go on like that. So I look up all of this information that's available and factual and right there for anyone to read, but I'm only reading it because I'm crazy. Okay. And that's his excuse. I heard Michael Shermer say that,
Right.
and I've heard many people say that. Oh, well, people believe in people research conspiracies because they're crazy. It's like, yeah, no, they research it because it interests them, and there's all this information. So whenever I start talking about things like the Bilderberg Group or the Council on Foreign Relations, whatever, the average person has no idea what I'm talking about, and so they say, "You're a nut job." Why would I believe
Right.
that? It's not that I'm crazy, it's that I have different facts than you do. You don't know what I know. If you knew what I knew, you might also believe that. It's not because you're
Yeah.
crazy, it's just because now you know. And so, anyway, but all through COVID, I really lost faith in humanity because it seems to me that 90% of the entire world
Yeah.
are
That's,
fools,
yeah.
and they all
Me
fell
too.
for it.
And you know what's scary to me? I'd say at least half of this island, they're still doing that shit. Still
Oh yeah,
walking around.
yeah, I met people
I,
that
s-
still
I
do it
see
too.
I see it every day, all the time.
Yeah, and those masks, they don't work. Like when Dr.
They
Fauci
don't.
said,
Yeah.
when he first said people shouldn't be walking around wearing
I
masks,
I
you can
have
get the
that clip.
schmutz on it. Yeah,
I
yeah,
have that clip. He goes, it might block a tiny particle of a
yeah,
something, but he's like, they're not gonna do anything.
yeah. And that was
I
the one time he was not lying, people. Those
right.
masks do not work. When a doctor wears that mask, it's so he doesn't accidentally sneeze into your open wound.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not going to
Exactly.
prevent
The
him from.
doctor wears it. You know. Yeah. Because I've had that argument so many times. People are like, "Oh, well, doctors wear it." You saying? I'm like, "Yeah, the doctor wears it so that
Yeah, so
you're
your
cut
blood doesn't get
open."
in their mouth or they don't
Right.
drill into your wound. I mean, it's not,
Right. It's
like those heavy duty masks. Those work. The what do they call them? The ones that nurses and stuff wear. Those work. You can put one of those on. In fact, one of the ways that they test those is you put it on and then they'll spray like I can remember when we tested them at work back in the day. They would spray like lemon pledge or some kind of lemon cleaner. And if you could smell the lemon, then you weren't wearing your mask right and you had to readjust it. But those will totally work. But those crummy little blue ones that the surgeon wears, you know, that's just to keep your blood from getting in his mouth or his nose getting
right.
in your
Yeah.
wound.
It's like a
It
protection
won't
to.
stop a virus. If you can smell
Yeah.
someone's fart through your mask,
Right.
it's
It's
not
not.
stopping
Yeah.
anything.
It's not stopping an airborne. Right. Exactly. It's,
And in fact, over in China, that was how they were testing people for COVID. They'd give you the old up the chain of command test, because it's in your fecal material. And so by that being said, if I fart and I have COVID and you smell my fart, you might catch the COVID. That's how that
yeah.
works. And so if you're
It's,
wearing a dumb bandana over your dumb face, because that's what I wore at work, just simply to placate them. I said, okay,
yeah.
fine. I'll
It's
wear I'll wear one of these stupid bandana masks. I know it's not going to work, but if it'll make you shut up, then I'll just do it. And then the Larimer County Health Department made some new mandate that now the bandana masks don't work. Now you got to wear the full-on face diaper with 2 layers and blah blah blah. And I just told them at work. I said, I'm so sick of this. So, and they were going to make me get a vaccine and all this stuff. And I finally just told them to take their mask and shove it, and they fired me.
only time I ever wore one, and it's because I knew about it a week before it even happened. Like even the couple people I told, they looked at me like maybe you were drunk too, and you misunderstood that guy. And I'm like, no, dude. Like, but anyway, the only mask I ever
Yeah.
wore, and the only time I ever wore one is if I needed to get materials for a job. And you go in and they're like,
Right.
you got to wear them, and I'm like, no, I don't. It's against my, you can't violate my rights. I don't have to wear. I don't have to cover my. Well, and then it's a private company or whatever, so I'm like, shit, I kind of have to. They don't have to serve
Yeah.
me
I
if they don't
mean,
want. But this
You
is
know,
what
because
I would
that's how
wear.
I was. I never wore one
There you go.
except at work, and it's
There's my
because they
man.
were, in fact, my boss, right? But even that,
Get right to it.
but
I
you
can
know,
breathe just fine. But
yeah,
when it's on, you can't tell it's a mesh. You can see right
yeah, oh
through it.
yeah, yeah. There was that guy up in Washington. What was his name? What was his channel? I should know this. I can't remember his name. I'm drawing a blank. I always confused him with the Here's the Deal guy, but it's a different guy. Uh, and he went and got lingerie material, that lacy lace, and he made a
Right?
mask out of that. So say,
Yeah.
there you go. But yeah, I only
Look,
did it to placate my bosses, you know. And then even still, I was like, screw you guys. You guys, you know, whatever. I'm
look,
not your
I've
monkey,
only done
you
it
know.
if I had to get material and they weren't gonna sell me anything if I wasn't wearing one, or twice when I had to fly and the airline's like, you have to, and it's like, yeah.
Right, right. Yeah,
Like,
see, I
well, I
don't fly
kind of
anywhere.
have to get there, so.
But even when I'd go to the
But
grocery store, man, I would just walk right past the guy who was like, "You got to wear a mask to go in there." And then everybody looking at me and yelling at me, and why you're putting
oh
grandma
yeah,
at risk. And I'm like, hey, why don't you mind your own business? You know, well, you're not wearing a mask, and that is my business because you're gonna kill us all.
right.
I said,
Oh, I
well, I
I had
mean,
that argument too plenty of times when, and I'm like, you're wearing one. What the fuck you worried about?
yeah, that's the argument. Well, if you have a vaccine, why are you worried about me?
Right. Yeah, you got the vaccine and you're wearing two
Yeah.
masks.
Either
Fuck,
those
like,
things work or they don't work. Which is it? Because
right.
it sounds to me like you're just mad that you have to do it, so you're gonna make me do it.
Yep.
Because that's all
Exactly.
that really was. But that's what it was. It was a whole big psychological operation where they were just trying to see how many things they could get people to do. And it really
Yeah.
broke my
It.
heart to see how many
Yep.
people would just do those things.
Yep. That's what I love about my buddy. He goes by the name of Dr. Clown. Let's see. It's not gonna work. But his YouTube channel name is Media Bear. But he goes by the
Okay.
name of Dr.
Yeah, yeah.
Clown.
I've checked that out for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I think
actually had
last
him
time
on
I was
what?
on, you.
2 weeks ago I had him on. But yeah, that's his whole thing because he's just making fun of that shit too, just mocking them. I mean, one of his songs is "We Will Mock You," you know,
Hey, there
instead
you
of "We
go.
Will Rock You," it's "We Will Mock You," and
Yeah,
it's
oh,
so
well, that
true.
was the whole point of that video I made was I was mocking everybody, and then it all came to pass. Like everything I was mocking ended up happening. And I was like,
Yep,
ugh,
yep.
man, when life imitates art, it shouldn't imitate my art. Come on. Alrighty, let's see. Where are we at? 3 hours and something? I can't even tell.
Oh shoot, yeah. Well, it's 3:40, so yeah, I'd say about got about 20 minutes left,
Oh, right on, right on.
so we can.
Well,
Hey,
okay.
and Mexican long hair, good to see you again, brother.
Yeah, MLH. I've been subbed to him for years. Of course, everybody thinks I'm a troll. I'm only part troll. It's because everything is a joke to me. No, what was it? Ricky Gervais, that comedian, he has
Oh
this
yeah,
thing that he said where he goes, somebody comes up to me and says, "What is your problem? Everything is a freaking joke to you." And he goes, "Yeah, and to you, everything's a tragedy. And that's why I'm happier than you are."
it's so true though, right? I mean,
It
think
is.
about it. it it's so true.
Well, I don't know. What do you guys want? You want to hear me play some songs? I'm not even sure.
MLH said you came for your cover of "Love Is a Battlefield."
Oh, yeah, I could play that one. I didn't see that comment. Where did that one say? Love is a battlefield. Oh, all right. Well, there you go. A request has been made. I think I have to go to drop D for this one. And I'm going to switch out my headphones so that I can actually hear myself, and then maybe I'll play it good. So, be right back.
Cool, right on. I want to give a quick shout out
Okay.
to the sponsor real quick. Or wait, you can't hear me anymore? You can't hear me anymore. All right, go ahead.
We are young. No one can tell us we're wrong. Oh, I fucked it up. Let me start that over again. There we go. Gotta remember the words. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands, both of us knowing love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Love is a battlefield. You're making me go. You're making me stay. How come you hurt me so bad? You'd be happy to know that I stand in your way. Oh, was I the best thing you had? Believe me, I can't tell you why, but I'm trapped in your love and I'm tied to your side. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. Shit. Love is our battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Love is a battlefield. Oh crap, forgot the words. Well, if I lose control, will you push me away? Or will you touch me deep inside? And it's this old, will it still feel the same? Or will this ever die? But if we get much closer, I might lose control. And if your heart surrenders, you'll need me to hold. We are young, heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. Heartache to heartache we stand. No promises, no demands. Love is a battlefield. We are strong. No one can tell us we're wrong. Searching our hearts for so long. Both of us knowing is a battlefield. There you go.
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
I kind of screwed it up, but whatever. I saved it. I'm gonna get my ears back on. There you go. Hopefully that will suffice. Uh-oh. Okay, now I don't hear anything. Am I still
Oh,
on? Oh, there
yeah.
it is. Okay.
You can hear it? Okay.
There you go. So yeah, I forgot the words and everything, but I recovered it nicely, so that was all right. Anything else anybody wants to hear? How about I don't know. I could play an original maybe.
The original would be awesome.
How about? Let me get. Oh, the other guitar's in the other room. That's a bummer. All right, we'll play it on this one. Let's see. What would be a good one to play? I could play the new one, but everybody's heard the new one. I'm trying to think of one that I know that. Oh, well, how about? Okay, here's an original. This one is called "A Rose by Any Other Name Would Still Be Thorny as Fuck." Let me turn this one up just a little tiny. There we go. I watched from a distance, and I saw oh so much, but the truth was hidden behind this wall. What if I could change the world or its expression? Would there still be some place to fall? Well, is it worth its own weight in gold? And if I could be so bold to think it could be mine, if only for a short time, well, it could only wilt and die. It was right there for me on a silver tray, and it was so hard to say no. But it was right there for me, and I could plainly see that it was time for me to go. But the devil wanted to shake my hand, but I was not at his command. He's always watching me, he's always watching me with his cold blue evil eyes. There is no sympathy for banished lovers, no neutral ground beneath these covers. But the voice was calling me, that face was staring at me, the devil whispered in my ear. I watched from a distance, but a wash rose never bloomed, so I admired it from afar. Well, I could watch forever, or maybe just a little while, as it sucked its life out from that star. But there was no shelter here, and I should not have interfered. So I left it well alone. I staggered on back home and went to sleep while I still could. There is no sympathy for treachery, no neutral ground here in exile. voice was calling me, that face was staring at me, the devil whispered in my ear. And so my vase remained empty and full of envy. Oh well, it's all the same to me. But I won't forget that smell, I know it now so well, and the rose remained for all to see. So I wandered off into the snow. I wonder where did all the spring rain go? Petals of scarlet red carpet this path I tread. One single blossom still remained. There is no sympathy for banished lovers, no neutral ground beneath these covers. There is no sympathy for treachery, no neutral ground here in exile. That voice was calling me, her face was staring at me, the devil whispered in my ear.
Oh yeah, that was badass. Oh yeah.
All right, I could play one more. How about this? I could play the new one. Last time I played it, I just learned it. Now I'm getting a little bit better at it. You guys want to hear it a little bit better?
Oh yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear the guitar when I finger pick it like this?
Yeah, it sounds
Alright.
good too.
Did you hear that? Sounded like it came from outside. Probably safer if we all just stayed in here. Safer just to stay in here. Here's a backwards mask you can wear. Dispels the tigers from your trail. Deep inside you'll still be terrified. Oops. Here comes peacocks and pride, so everybody step aside. But it's all pomp and plumage and just gilded decay. It's beyond the pale to lift that veil. And it's beyond the pale to lift that veil. Here in all of your majesty, a portrait for the whole world to see. Beyond the wall you are so small. Never fear, we're all kings in here. Ask any one of us, they'll agree. Bite down on this and try to relax. There's plenty of knives to go around. one for every back. One for every back. Spotlight in the dark, so get on your mark. Espouse your carefully crafted soliloquy. Do your best and just watch your step. So you do your best and watch your step. With a sock and buskin on your feet. Sometimes they laugh, sometimes they cry. Sometimes they just die. Never fear, we're all kings in here. Ask anyone and they'll all agree. They'll pat your shoulder, they'll gladly shake your hand, and twist a knife right in your back. Hope you'll understand. Hope you'll understand. But even though we're all kings in here, even though we all agree, deep inside we're all petrified. There you go. That song still does not have a name.
Still?
No,
Wow.
because I'm recording it. This is the one that I just started to record. I'm going to do it on the
Okay.
electric guitar and the bass, and I'm going to have some string melodophone in there. And then once I post it, then that's when the thing starts. Everybody gets to guess what it's about, what it means to them. Whoever's closest to whatever it is gets to name it. But until I post it, that contest hasn't officially started yet.
Yeah, because I remember you played that last time too.
Yeah, I can play it a little better now, because back then I had just written it, so whatever. Now I can play it a little
Sounded
better.
great though. Sounded great. Hey, the cat. Aloha. I wasn't looking at chat.
There you go. Need to get his cousin on. Apparently he's talented and very accomplished.
Oh yeah, the cat. Let me know, man.
Do it to it.
Get a hold of me.
I
for
keep trying to
sure.
get some of the local guys around here to do the YouTube thing, but they're all like these young pups that like go out on weekends and stuff. They don't really. Oh, Fab Daddy's here. He's telling me that it sucked.
Nemesis. Your nemesis.
I love it. Yeah, just one day he says, "Hey, you know what? I decided I'm going to be your nemesis." And I said, "Hey, you know, every good hero needs one." so he's a hero. So in his realm, he's the hero, and I'm the nemesis. See, so it's this mutually nemesistic paradigm
Nemesistic,
happening.
right?
I think it's awesome. But yeah. And he may or may not realize that he might be introduced as a character in the Unicornium, and then it'll be officially canon that Fab Daddy is the nemesis of the Blue Unicorn. I haven't made a Blue Unicorn proper video. I guess I made that important announcement video, but yeah, Blue Unicorn needs to get off of his ass and make more videos and quit making me do all the stuff for him. You know, I'm just the alter ego, man.
Yeah,
There's
I got a couple of those alter egos.
yeah. Well, see, yeah, Blue Unicorn's this hyperdimensional being, you know, so he doesn't really exist outside of the internet. He lives in the internet, you know, and he just manifested and took on my form and persona for some reason. I don't know how that happened. It just happened. I just noticed I got this. Oh, it's my ponytails. Okay, so I got my. For a second there, it looked like I was doing the Yosemite Sam. The Yosemite Sam thing. You dirty rock-a-fragga, spraddle-latin, fill-a-buck-tooth Burton. Yeah. Because it does this in the wind. And I always want to start swearing like Yosemite Sam when it does that.
You do that, and you gotta play.
It in the video, and it's my yeah.
When you have that, you gotta have something
cousin
like
fucking tarnation, Alabama Betty Crocker, Miss fucking Betty White shit is this?
Right. I prefer the Yosemite Sam swearing though, because
yeah, me too. That's the closest one I had though.
Fill a buck tooth perk alert. And,
as many times as I've heard that, I still can't repeat it. Like you just wait. Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, it goes racka fracka, spraddle Latin, fill the buck tooth, perk alert, and
cousin fucking bird killer.
Do you have somewhere to be? Because I'd like to know what direction I should kick your ass in.
In the direction of proper grammar, that is in which direction one's ass should be kicked.
Which
but I guess
direction?
Sometimes I'll watch We Hair Change with Luke Rudowski. I don't know if you guys ever know who that is or what. But that guy puts all of his prepositions in the wrong places. Like I'll start a list of all the prepositions that he put at the end of sentences, and it'll go on like 25 prepositions that are misplaced. Because, you know, I'm the grammar police.
Now, even though I mess up sometimes, well, spelling wise, but with grammar, I notice that all the time, and it's like, come on, man, like really?
Well, and like I teach my boy about, you know, proper prepositional placement. Like if you're gonna say, you know, just say it in a different way. Like if I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of an example, but the idea is that if you build up a decent sized vocabulary or lexicon, then you don't necessarily have to misuse prepositions at all. You know, you don't even need to use them. I can't think of an example right offhand, but there's certain things. Yeah, never mind. But anyway, like. Sometimes I'll start to say something and then I'll realize I'm about to end on a preposition, and so I'll like stammer for a minute and then just use a different word instead, you know? Like those hyphenated, what are they? Hyphenated I can't think of it. Like if you're gonna say I won't put up with it, right? Well, with is a preposition, and you know, so it's like that Winston Churchill quote where I said, "Up with which I shall not put." Like it sounds ridiculous, and so that's called hypergrammar because it's grammatically correct, but it sounds ridiculous. This is the sort of silliness up with which I shall not put, and people don't talk like that. So, so instead of saying "put up with," I'll just pick a different word. You know, I'll say, "This is something I will not tolerate." See, and then you don't have to say "put up with." You don't have to say that. You can just use a different word. So, but I have this like vast lexicon of useless words, and not everybody has that. So, but my boy, he's so stinking smart. He was using words like chelicera and pedipalps. I think we talked about this last time, but
Yeah, yeah.
he's known all these big crazy words like long before I ever taught him that in school. So that's just because I talk all the time. So words are important, you know.
Well, they are. I mean, shit. I grew up in Detroit. Trust me. I mean, they just. I mean, you don't call the ambulance. You call the ambulance.
The ambulance, yeah, called the
Yeah, they go to
ambulance.
ambulance. I mean, I grew up, and that's like the language I understand. But that's also why I tried to. Even though I dropped out of high school in ninth grade, I still try to educate myself because I don't want to talk like this and shit when somebody like what I don't understand what you're saying.
Right, right. Well,
Pronunciate.
yeah, I would tell all the like I had a whole bunch of international customers when I was a taxi driver, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah,"
Oh
they're
shit!
like,
I'm turning this down.
I must change schools now. I am going to school in West Virginia," and I said, "Oh, that sucks, man. Now you're gonna have to learn how to speak English all over again."
Right, yeah,
And
yep.
like, what do you mean?
I
So, well,
did.
if
I did when I moved here. I had to
yeah,
learn how to speak pigeon talk. I went from Detroit street slang to what they call pigeon out here.
yeah,
You
well, I
know?
mean, it's dialectic. It's like one time I was listening to, I don't remember, I was listening to some radio. This back in the days when I used to listen to like Coast to Coast AM or crap like that. Um, but the show that was on before it, there was this lady, and she was complaining about Eminem, right? And she was like, I really don't like it when I hear a white person talking like they're black. And I was like, well, what do you mean by that? Are you talking like Sidney Poitier black or Morgan
Yeah.
Freeman black or Bill Cosby black? What are we talking about? How does a black person talk, right? Because that made no sense. Now the thing is that Eminem grew up on 8 Mile, right? And that's how people
Right.
speak in that part of Detroit. It's 8 miles in Detroit, am I
Until
right?
I was 8 Mile is the northern border of Detroit. So if you go north of 8 Mile, you're not in Detroit anymore. You're in like
Right, right. And
Ferndale
so
or
that would be the dialect that the people speak
yeah.
in that part of
Yeah.
whatever. And so
Until
it's
I was
not that
in my
he's
till I was
yeah,
my mid 20s. That's how I talk. I had
right.
that
Well,
accent or whatever you want to
yeah, here in
call it.
Colorado people say
Uh,
mountain. They don't say mountain. They say mountain. You guys gonna go to the
yeah,
mountains? So I mean, it's no different. It's regional dialect.
yeah,
Eminem grew up in that area. He learned the dialect of that area, and so I couldn't understand what the hell this woman was talking about when she said that. How does a black person talk? I don't understand what she meant by that. You know,
right.
I
It's
was like,
just
what do you
because they have
mean by
that.
that?
Sounds
Are we?
racist to me.
Yeah, I mean,
It's,
absolutely, it sounded
you
racist
know,
to me. I was like, that is
yeah, it
not,
is because it's like
go
saying
to Africa and you're not going to find too many people talking like that. So I don't know what she's
good point.
saying.
Good
That
point.
makes
Yep.
no difference. So, but yeah, it was like whatever, man. Eminem grew up in a neighborhood where everybody talks like that. So, but it was like
Right.
the international guys. I'd give them a hard time. I'd be like, well, you're going to West Virginia, yeah, yeah. And I said, okay, so if I said to you, y'all's fixing to get some vittles, would you have any idea what I just said to you? No.
I know fixing means like getting ready to, or
Yeah, is
I don't know
y'all
what diddles are though. Oh,
vittles,
vittles. Yeah, I don't know.
vittles? Are y'all fixing to get some vittles? It means, are you getting ready to go get some food? And
I
then they
never
would
heard
say
that vittles before.
vittles. You
Vittles.
never heard vittles? Yeah,
Mm.
am some good vittles, y'all. Am some good vittles, good eats. Anyway, and they'd be like, no, I have no idea. And I said, well, it means, yeah, pull on, it's food. Uh, so are you getting ready to get some food? And they go, well, why would they not just say that? And I go, they did.
Right.
They did just say that. But that's not the English that you have learned yet. You've
Yeah.
learned this West Coast Oregon English. You go places like Tennessee or Georgia, they have a whole different dialect there. It's not that they aren't speaking English. It's just that different, because like for instance, when I was a kid, I was a little breakdancer kid, and I distinctly remember that bad meant good,
Yep.
and that ill meant bad, right?
Yeah.
Then
Me too.
somehow ill meant good, and then sick meant bad. But now sick means good.
Sick means good now.
And
Yeah.
I mean,
That's-
this is what I mean. It's like all the dialects change. It's like people just change the meaning of words, and then now all of a sudden everyone is confused. You know what I mean?
That's what it's fun for me because like you were talking about like talking black or whatever, but that's how I talked until I was in my early mid 20s. But I still to this day I always when I'm in chat, especially I put NAW and then and then SANE like sane,
Right.
but it's
No,
know
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying?
No,
Know what
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying?
Yes,
But I
homie.
put
I
that a
know what
lot
you
of
were
times
saying.
and people are like, nah, like, huh? And I'm like, hey, know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I'm
I'm
saying,
saying.
right?
Yeah, yes,
But
I know what you are
that's
saying. Why do you keep
right.
asking me that?
Exactly. You heard? You heard? Know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, I heard.
For
Yeah,
real though,
yeah. I
for
mean,
real.
and I can understand it. It's I don't really speak that
Right.
dialect, so I'm not
Me
gonna.
neither, not for a long time.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. But
but
anyway,
yeah,
another
it's like
funny.
out here you
Yeah.
got like, oh shoots, brah. Oh shoots, you got what? One kind,
Yo,
brah.
Howley, go back to the
Right.
mainland,
Oh,
Howley.
yo, fucking Holly. Oh,
What does
brah,
Howley
shoots.
mean? Why does everyone keep calling me that?
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's
Right.
weird. It's like accepted here, but it's actually like a derogatory, like racist slur. But nah, it's just
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just like like what bothers me is when people give words like new definitions. Like one that bothers me a lot is when I hear people say decimate, and they don't seem to know what that means. They go, "Oh man, there was this huge battle, and the guy's army got decimated." And I was like, "Wow, you mean like 10% of his army got killed? That's not very much, man."
right.
No, they were utterly wiped out. Oh, well, I think what you mean is annihilated. Because decimate means to
It's
reduce by
just
10%.
yep. That's,
You know, and in Roman times, it was a form of punishment. If your army did a particularly bad job or did whatever, you would decimate your army, which means you kill every 10th man. But now, because everybody uses it incorrectly so much and all the time, that the dictionary actually does have that as a definition of decimate, but it always says, improper usage or slang, because decimate means reduced by 10%. It's like
yeah.
how
That's
December got to be
that's
the 12th month is ridiculous to me because December means 10th month, and
right.
November means, you know,
I was gonna say because that's the word
yeah.
in
I
the
mean, think
word
about it. You
is
got Septiembre means 7, Octubre means 8, Noviembre means 9, Diciembre means 10. These are all numbers. But now all of a sudden September is 10 and November is 11 and December or whatever. You see my point. But the point
no,
is those
yeah.
are all they're all in the wrong places. It's cuz Julius Caesar just had to add his dumb name to the calendar, I guess. I don't remember exactly how that happened, but yeah, like decimate. What's another good one that people use incorrectly? Uh, well, I knew one guy that thought grimace meant a great big overweight person, and I had to tell him. I said, "You do realize that grimace doesn't mean that, dude?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it does. It means a really big overweight person. Like Grimace on McDonald's."
I was
No,
just
no, no.
thinking, is that what they were thinking?
Yeah, I was like,
That's
no,
why I
dude, grimace
laughed.
is what
'Cause
happens when grimace sits on you, and then a grimace. It's a
I
it's a
laughed though
facial
because when they
expression. It's
said
not.
they think it's a big fat person, and then I thought of Grimace from McDonald's right away, and I'm like, I wonder if that's why I laughed. I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
is that
exactly. That was why he thought that, but he would use it he would say it all the time, as if that's what it meant. And I was like, dude, I don't think it's like that meme. I don't think it means what you think it means. You know, inconceivable. Yeah, dude, if you can,
Inconceivable.
right? You keep using that word.
That's funny.
But
You know
yeah,
a
so
word they
decimate
use out
bothers me.
here? They still use out here, which is weird, but cherry. Oh, cherry, bro.
Oh, that's
cherry,
bro.
It's like, hear it all the time, especially when they see lifted trucks. Like, oh, cherry.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, not really. You need a freaking 6-foot ladder to get in your car. That's not
Yeah,
really
is there
cherry.
any reason for a lifted truck in Hawaii? I mean, I guess you guys are on mountains, so I guess you might need it.
Well, I mean, they're. It depends on how high it's lifted. If it's just lifted a little bit and it's got like fat tires, they let the air out and they go on the beach and they tear it up,
Yeah.
which
That
looks
would-
like a lot of fun. But I mean, I see Ford Rangers that are like 7 feet off the ground driving on the highway, and it's like, what? I don't
Yeah,
get
that's
it.
just silly. You're just gonna fall
What's
over
the
one of these
point?
days. You know, a strong wind will blow you down. You know?
Right? Yeah. Don't
I
make
put
a
down at the
sharp
end of a
left
sentence.
turn.
Did you guys hear that? Sorry, everybody. Down it will blow you.
But yeah, really, all it is just to be a part of something.
Yeah, or
It's just
whatever.
you know.
We all have our masks that we wear.
Yeah, that is true. Yoga
Yeah,
pants at Walmart. Mahu.
Yeah, there you go, yoga pants. I'm telling you, hey, Al Bundy. I like that name. That was a good show. That show would never last today's cancel culture, though.
Oh, I know,
But,
right?
Ow! But no, I used to work at this place, and all the ladies wore their yoga pants, and Grimace was one of the. Yeah, I kept telling them all. I said, one of these days I'm gonna come to work wearing yoga pants, y'all, and I'm gonna just see how many complaints line up, because nobody wants to see me wearing yoga pants, but they all
Right.
wear them.
I'm laughing because I'm just trying to visualize myself wearing yoga pants. I don't even want to see myself wearing that, but that would be fun to fuck with people. Just show up in yoga pants.
Well, and of course, yeah. Okay, any ladies that are watching, by the way, if you're wearing yoga pants at work, mind your camel toe, please.
Yeah.
You know, just saying. You don't want everybody staring at you. Well, stop
Right.
wearing yoga
And
pants.
that's
to
what I
work.
was thinking too. If I were to wear them, it would have to be like a light color, like a light blue or a light purple or something, just so it would show more. And that's what would make it funny as hell. Hey, John H. Hello, John H.
Yeah. But
Or
yoga
Moose
pants at
Knuckle.
Walmart.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
Moose Knuckle. Moose Knuckle's slightly. It's yeah. Yeah. But anyway. But there you go, yoga pants. Now you guys all know what a blue unicorn is and why it's important. Because we talked about yoga pants and moose knuckles and front butts. That's another fun one. Is that
Front butts.
Front butt. There was some. I don't even know how this came around, but for some reason I was seeing a short of Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, and she kept saying front butt, and she did not know what that meant. She kept calling a moose knuckle a front butt, and it's not a front butt, lady. You need to research your terms. That's
yeah, front, like moose knuckle would be closer to a front butt, but yeah, nowhere near. Front butt is
a
butt.
It's a belly, you know.
It's a front butt.
Button.
Yeah.
It's front butt and camel toe are two totally different things. But she didn't know it, and she kept saying front butt, and I was like, "Listen, lady,
you're using that wrong."
yeah, I don't think that word means what you think it means." But you know,
Man,
whatever. I don't watch the Young Turks, nor do I like the Young Turks. So she can say whatever she wants, and I'll just watch
they can
something else.
make fools of themselves all day.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm just grateful that I have high metabolism and I never have to worry about a front butt because
Oh
that would
yeah. See,
suck. That would suck.
yeah, I have to like work on it because if I let it go, I'd let it go.
Yeah, but I can't see you getting a front butt though. Maybe a beer belly or like a.
Yeah, I definitely had the beer belly for a long time. Like we were talking
I'm
about
always
it on, I can't
afraid.
remember where it was. I was talking about why, because see, I wear my belt buckle. I don't know if you can see this, but my belt buckle is actually on the side here, and the reason is because I'm allergic to nickel plating or nickel or whatever. So my belly would hang over my belt buckle and it'd get all like rashed and
Right.
whatever.
That's why I don't wear
But
jewelry
now
anymore.
I've lost all
I
this.
don't,
I've lost a ton of weight, guys. So
that's why I don't wear jewelry anymore. I used to have. I got like 4 piercings on this ear and like 3 on this, but I
yeah, I have
can't
to wear
because
silver.
I can't. Yeah, I can't wear shit. But same thing though. But and that's why I wear an undershirt all the time because my belt buckle too. Even though it's not like just being close, if it rubs on my skin or anything, it like breaks out in a rash.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I just cocked it over to the side and it solved all of those issues. But and then of course I lost all the weight as well, and that solved also issues.
Right.
But it's weird how that works. Like when you stop drinking beer every night, you lose a bunch of weight. I don't know. I guess it's because you're drinking 1,000 calories of bread in every can, and you drink 10 of those a night. It's probably not good for you.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm afraid of because I got high metabolism. I'm 47 and I've never over 155 pounds. So, but I'm
Oh
afraid
yeah,
that
yeah.
like when I'm 60, 65, all of a sudden my stomach's just going to be like bowling ball. Just boop.
Yeah. I think
I'm still going to be skinny,
I was
but
at
I'm
like
just going to have
235 when I finally said, okay, this has got to stop. And then I quit drinking beer, and then I started walking everywhere I go instead of driving, and started getting in shape and whatever. But yeah, it's weird because when you stop drinking liquid starch, it doesn't accumulate right here.
oh, the deal for real figured it out.
Yeah, yeah. Nickel plated bullets, those are definitely um, not good for unicorns. They're impervious to everything else but nickel plated belt buckles and bullets. And nickel plated hand grenades, those will do some damage too.
I like to
And
go to the beach in my
my
Speedos.
nemesis knows my weakness now. I totally forgot that. I forgot he was here. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, nowadays I'm in actually relatively good shape. I haven't really walked a lot this year because, you know, in Oregon it rained a lot, but the rain was never really colder than the air was. But here in Colorado, man, the rain is just cold. It could be like 80 degrees outside and start raining, and the rain's like 40 degrees. So I didn't get
Yeah.
out and walk a bunch this year, but we're working on it.
Well, shoot, man. Yeah, we're going 4.5 hours. Yeah, and I gotta return a couple work calls
Yeah, no worries.
but is there you have any I never know what to say final thoughts, I guess would be or any what's the word I'm looking for? Like advice for anyone listening or
Mm.
tell everyone to fuck off or I don't know how that works.
Um, well, I could issue a challenge. So, okay, so Chad Freeman has got this hip hop show that's coming up, and he was
Yeah.
asking, he was asking around to see if anybody wanted to do one, and Pole Vault wrote this one, and it was like I didn't ever hear it, but he told me what some of the lyrics were, and he goes, well, says I don't know how well that'll go over, or whatever. And I said, oh, it's easy. If you're worried about all that, just rewrite it in like old Robin Hood English, And here I'll write you. I'll tell you the example of what I sent to him. Let me find it. So this is a rap song that I was thinking about writing in old Robin Hood English, and it goes. Where is it? Okay, so yeah, this was my. I said. Just rewrite it in old Robin Hood lingo, and then here's how it goes. It goes, if thy trieth to set foot, thy balance shall wane, for with this staff of oak I shall split thy pate in twain. Okay, so that's my challenge to you guys out there. Write a rap song in old, like, Robin Hood English, because that would be hilarious.
That is pretty hilarious.
That's all I got.
It'd be hard to do, too.
Yeah, I got 2 verses for you. I already started. With thy staff of oaken wood, I shall split thy pate in twain. Now, if any of you guys ever read Robin Hood, you would know that this is the scene where, Robin is trying to go across the log bridge, and Little John is standing there with his staff, and he won't let him cross until he fights him. And he makes this threat. He says, I'll split thy pate in twain. And I've always loved that threat. And so I was talking to my boy about that the other day. I said, do that whole what was that guy's name? That mentalist guy that was on TV in England. Darren Brown. And he had this story that he told about this. He was coming out of some club, and there was some guy, and he was arguing with his girlfriend, and the guy said, what are you looking at? And comes running across the street, starts wanting to fight him, and he says, hold on. The walls in this neighborhood are not very tall. And he said, the guy is like, what? He goes, well, in my neighborhood, the walls are really really tall, but in this neighborhood, they're not very tall. So I guess you guys don't have much crime around here? And he said the guy just short-circuited, and now he doesn't want to fight him anymore. And by the end of it, they're sitting on the curb, and the guy's crying and telling him about his life and whatever. And so I was telling my boy that. I says, if some bully comes up to you in school, and he says, hey, I'm going to fight you, I'm going to beat you up or whatever, you just say, hold on. What if I shall split thy pate in twain? And then it will really confuse him, and he won't want to fight anymore. Because he doesn't know what that means. It's going to short-circuit his brain. Now he's going to have to sit there and think about what you meant by that. And by the time he figures it out, you can have walked away by then.
That's great, man. That's awesome. It's so true, though.
Come not near me, I shall split thy pate in twain. Huh? I think honestly, it would work. I think it would work.
I do too. I'd put money on it. I really believe that would work, because if you think about it, first of all, it doesn't matter if you're a preteen or a teenager or even an adult, and you're ready to fight. You're not thinking in your straight mind anyway, because you're all right. Emotions and you're angry and whatever.
On this one thing, and then now all of a sudden somebody confuses you, and it short circuits your brain. This was my martial art in high school. Like I know how to fight, and I mean I'm not a fighter. I've trained in this or that or self-defense or whatever, blah blah blah. But my number one martial art in high school was that I would just tell the guy, I'd be like, dude, you can't beat me up. I'm a lot smarter than you are.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's all it took. It's just to be smarter than them, and they can't beat you up because you can outsmart them at every turn. And it got me out of so many fights. What the trick is you start making fun of them in a way that all of their friends are now laughing at them, because they'll bring all of their friends. Because if you start beating them up, then their friends will jump in and start helping and whatever. So they bring their friends as backup. So now if you pull on the verbal judo comedy routine and now get all of his friends laughing at him. Well, now all of a sudden he doesn't feel so tough anymore because now his friends are laughing at him. He doesn't know if they're going to back him up.
He
Yeah, I
doesn't have his
mean,
posse.
yeah. So I mean, I was kind of a, I'd say not quite a black belt, but whatever, a belt in verbal judo. Like I can talk you out of wanting to fight me just simply by outsmarting you, saying things that'll make you nervous. Like for instance, there was one time where this dude, him and all of his buddies are all in this truck and they come rolling up on us and they pull over on the side and they get out and they're wanting to fight me and I said, look, man, I don't know why you want to fight with me. I don't want to fight with you. And he's doing the whole thing. Well, you got to throw the first punch because if I throw the first punch, I go to jail. Blah blah blah. And I says, yeah, but I mean, I'm not really gonna throw the first punch. So I mean, I guess we could just stand here and talk about it all day. And his friends are laughing and stuff. And then I said, you can go ahead and throw the first punch if you want to, but I can't really be responsible for what happens after you do that. Which is a very ambiguous thing to say, right? I can't be responsible for what happens after that. Now, in his mind, he doesn't understand what that means. And he says,
Right.
well, what do you mean? Do you know, like, karate or something? And I looked at him and I said, I don't know karate. And then just deadpanned him, right?
Yeah. And then he's just like,
He's like, oh,
you gonna
shit,
say
he doesn't
something
know
else?
karate. What does he know?
He doesn't, what? Are you, and? What the
Right?
fuck? Are you gonna say something?
Well, I said, well, I don't know karate.
Yeah, and then you're just quiet. So his brain's like,
Yeah, now he's trying to think. Well, what does he know? Does he know kung fu or judo
right,
or
jiu-jitsu?
What does he know? Because the fact
know,
is, I don't know any of that shit. I just know I'm
right.
smarter than you.
Yeah.
And it worked because now all of a sudden he's doubting himself. He doesn't know, Now, of course, what I do know is a little bit of judo and a little bit of karate and a little bit of taekwondo. And I know a little bit of these or that. I know how to throw your ass out into the street and then walk away. I know how to do that. But it's just that I don't want to do that. And this was all back in high school when I barely knew how to do that. I knew a little bit, but yeah, in high school, man, my martial art was my freaking brain. I know how to outsmart you. I know how to make you doubt your own self. And now you don't want to fight me anymore, right? Because they think that they're confident, they're going to beat you. All you got to do is just diminish their confidence, and then now they don't want to fight anymore.
Yep.
And
that's one of the things I learned the hard way too. Well, not exactly like what you're saying, but similar. But because, I mean, growing up in Detroit, being a tall, skinny guy, I mean, I had to, you can't just back down. Otherwise, in Detroit, you're just a bitch,
Right,
so
right.
I've had my ass handed to me more than I'd like to say, and I'd say it's 50-50. I didn't always lose, but I did lose.
Yeah,
but I couldn't back down, or I was a bitch.
Fighter.
And then I started thinking, I'm like, dude, you don't even have to fight if you think about it. And then I just started using my brain. And half the people that wanted to fight me after that, I'm still friends with till today.
Yeah, there you go. Like now I'm reading here. It says John H says I'm more of a surprise attack kind of guy. Now there are those guys that will just surprise attack you, and this is why what I learned how to do is I didn't really learn how to stand up, fight, punch, fight. I know how to throw you. I know how to wrestle with you, and I know how to use pressure points to get you off of me. Right. So if you're on me, I'll stick my thumb right under your chin, and there's
that fucking hurt. Oh yeah, that works every time.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
the one that knocks people out. There's a nerve cluster right there. You stick your thumb under somebody's chin and just push, and they get off of you. You don't have to push them off. They just get it. Freaking hurts, or you
it does.
You get your knuckle out like this, or this knuckle out like this, and then you don't punch with that. You poke. You poke them in the ribs. You just poke them in the head. and you can do it to yourself. You just poke your own ribs like that. It freaking hurts, man.
Fuck yeah, it
And they'll get
does.
off you. And so, I was real good at knowing how to not get hurt, but not necessarily hurt my opponent unless I had to, you know? Because you can only wrestle with a guy for about an hour before you're tired of it. And then you judo throw him onto the couch and break his sternum. So like I said, I know how to fight. I just don't like to. And that was one of the last, I don't know, this was years ago. I was probably in my 20s probably in my late 20s. But yeah, this guy, I wrestled with him for like an hour. He was really trying to hurt me, and I was really trying not to hurt him. And then finally, after he pointed, and I kept trying to leave his house, and he kept cutting me off, and he had schizophrenia. It's a different story. But anyway, he picked up this knife and pointed it at me, and I says, dude, okay, I'm going to leave now. If you attack me again, it's going to be for real. And he was like, what, we weren't just really fighting for an hour? And I said, no, I was just fending you off of me for an hour. And then, so he took that as a challenge, and it was a big freaking butcher knife, and he threw it back down and then came at me again, and I just judo threw him onto the couch and gave him a knee to the chest and said, are we done now? Okay, then.
Right.
Goodbye. Because I could have done that to him the whole time. I just didn't want to, because this is my friend.
Yes.
I don't know why he's attacking me. It turned out that he was having a schizophrenic episode, and for whatever reason, he thought that I was sleeping with his girlfriend. And I was like, dude, I don't even like your girlfriend. Like, I can't.
Yeah, you get that. They get the thought in their head, and then it just becomes reality.
Yeah, so I was just trying, because I didn't understand what was happening. I was just trying not to hurt the guy. And then, but he pointed a knife at me, and that makes it different. Now I'm not, crap, dude. You're going to point a knife at me, now I'm going to hurt you. So, whatever. But normally, I'm just the guy that doesn't like to fight. And so that's why I learned all the self-defense moves that don't require striking or hurting.
Because me too, up until I decided to start, because I don't like hurting anyone, but before I started using my brain to more or less, I guess, talk my way out of it.
Yeah, that's my first line of defense, is I'm going to talk my way out of this.
I learned a little bit of jiu-jitsu, just submission holds, but not to hurt, just to be like, okay, we done? Like, I don't want to do this. Right.
Yeah, you fight until you don't need to and then walk away. But if you're going to punch down, then you're the jerk, And that goes for everything, like even a verbal argument. If you've already won the argument, just walk away. You don't need to sit there and punch down. It just makes you look like a jerk.
Yep.
So, but fortunately, I can count the number of actual fisticuffs I've been in on one hand. Now there's been 100 fights that I was almost in. So, I got real good at the verbal judo and the outsmarting bit. But now I'm much too old for fisticuffs.
Yeah,
so please don't attack me because my shoulder hurts.
I know, my knees are killing me. My whole body aches. Yeah. And just like that surprise attack too, I'll never forget the one surprise attack I had. It was in a freaking motel room too. It was like a motel party / whatever in Detroit in the hood too. And dude just flipped out on me, and I didn't even see it coming. Next thing you know, he bounced my head off. And this is an old TV, not like the flat screen new ones, but and it just bounced right off the corner right here, man. That's all I remember. And it's like, I still to this day don't know why. Like, I didn't trigger the guy or set him. I didn't say nothing to him. He just decided he wanted to beat my ass, and he did.
Well, some people are like that. They just want to hurt people. See, that's why there was some show I watched. It was about martial arts, and this guy, he was a teacher, and he says, I have these 5 rules for my students when it comes to fighting. And he says, the first rule, don't be where the trouble is. That's rule number 1. He says, rule number 2 is that if trouble finds you, you should probably just leave. And then 3 is if trouble won't let you leave, then you try to talk your way out. If it won't let you talk your way out, then you try to run. But if you can't run, then you fight. So there's these 4 steps you have to try before you fight. And he says, if any of my students ever get in a fight and I find out that they broke any one of those first 4 rules, they're out of my class, you know. And so over the years, I've come to learn that I am almost a master at rule number 1. Don't be in the hotel in the hood. And
Exactly.
then you won't get blindsided by some crazy guy.
Exactly.
So I'm pretty good at that rule.
Yeah.
I got real good at that one.
Yeah. But I was also 19 at the time. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, is learning the hard way. I believe is the best way to learn.
Yeah, I can tell you not to go there 100 times, but until you go there and get beat up, now you
like
understand.
maybe that's not a good idea. What ain't a good idea? We're all gonna have fun. Okay, find out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
no,
then you
I
find out.
remember I told my son a story once. This is when I was about 15, 16, and we were hanging out at this buddy's house, and these 2 guys come over that are not really friends of mine at all. They were just friends of friends, you know. And they came over and they said, hey, we're going to go commit some crimes. Anyone want to go? And I was like, no, I'm good. And my other buddy was like, no, I'm good. But then the other guy who had the eager to be liked syndrome, he says, yeah, that sounds like fun. And so he went out with them and they all got arrested that night. Burglarizing buildings and shit. And so I was like, this is why when your friend comes over and says, hey, we're going to go commit some crimes. You want to go? Your answer is no.
Right. Yeah, like
Problem solved.
we're gonna commit crime. What could the consequences possibly be?
That sounds fun. Let's go do that. Oh, yeah, no. You freaking melon, dude. Because first of all, anyone who's going to come over to your house and admit to you that that's what they're going to go do, probably not smart enough to get away with it, you know?
Right.
If you're going to
get
go
away
commit
with
some
it,
crimes, you don't tell anybody you're going to do that. It's just the first stupid thing.
If they get caught and you don't, it's probably not the kind of person that's gonna like be like, nope, it was just me. I had no one else with me.
Yeah.
You're gonna be the first person that they're gonna snitch on, and it was this
throw you
guy.
under the bus, you know, or whatever. But no, I mean, my whole point was like when somebody says that, just say no. And what's crazy is that like I hadn't even seen or heard of that guy in years and years and years, and then oh god, this had to have been the early 2000s or whatever, and word's gotten out that he's been arrested and this and that, and so and then the story goes, this is the freaking story, is that this is the same guy who came over and said, hey, we're gonna go commit some crimes, you want to go? Same guy, only this is like 15 years later, and it turns out that his story was, I was just chilling at home when these 2 friends of mine came over and said, hey, we accidentally killed this guy. Will you help us bury his body?
Whoa.
And he goes, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And then they all got pinched and, they all got busted or whatever. And so it's the same analogy. When 2 of your friends comes over and says, hey, will you help us hide this body? You just say no. And say, no, I'm pretty good at doing what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
No. And so, and then of course, then the word around the thing is that he wasn't just a guy who helped them bury the guy. That was just the story that he was telling everybody, and that's the story he told the police. But these guys they did this thing, and it was all over $1,000. Okay, so this was before weed was legal, and this dude owed these 2 guys $1,000 for weed. And so they went over to his house to get it from him, and then they beat him up, and one of them hit him over the head with this barbell and killed him. And they didn't mean to do that, but now they did that. And so,
right. But another reason why I'm with the deal for real is I'm a lover, not a fighter, because same thing, because you could just get in just a regular fight, but one punch, one hit.
Punch a guy, he falls, hits his head, he's done. He's dead.
Yep.
Now you're going to prison.
You can easily kill someone, and And yeah, you were just gonna fight the guy to show him you were tougher, but that's not how it ended up. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
why I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's
yeah.
exactly why I'm
But
a
not
lover,
only
not a
that,
fighter.
if you are going to do those kinds of things, you need to not be an idiot. You know what these guys did? They killed the guy. They took him and they buried him in this guy's ex-wife's farmland. So that was pretty dumb right there. And then, so there's this connection to him and everybody. And then they stole the guy's car and his wallet and then decided they were going to California and they were going like 125 miles an hour through Utah. And they got pulled over in a stolen car with the dead guy's wallet and the dead guy's phone and it wasn't a phone, but like the dead guy's wallet, the dead guy's car, and boom. I'm thinking to myself, wow, I'm gonna like do something really
That's,
totally illegal and then go draw attention to myself. That'd be a
I was
really
just gonna.
swell idea. So whatever they,
You know what? We're in a stolen vehicle. You know what we should do? Go really fast.
yeah, let's drive 120 miles an hour. Nobody will notice.
Right.
But they were idiots and they all went to prison. So good. But what sucks is that the poor guy got killed over $1,000 worth of weed
Man.
because it
Yeah,
was
that is
illegal, and it's not like they can just go tell the cops that this guy stole all of our weed and
right.
didn't pay us. So, but that's I always say that the drug laws are what ruin most people's lives. It's not the drugs
Oh,
themselves, but
easily,
what are
easily.
you gonna
Yeah.
do?
That's
But again, it comes down to the whole, if you're gonna go dealing with criminals, sometimes criminals will deal with you.
yep.
so,
Yep.
so it's one of those did
It,
you do that to
it's.
yourself kind of scenarios. I don't really know,
I
but
was gonna say it's all back to the don't put yourself in that situation.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, just don't be
You
there.
know.
But who would have thought that somebody would get killed over $1,000 for the weed? I mean, that's just the most petty ass crap I've ever heard in my life.
Right. And
But
the least violent people in the world are weed smokers.
yeah, yeah. Well, these guys, two of them were affiliated with the certain organized crime from northern Mexico. So you know, the third
Right.
guy, the guy that I knew from back in the day, he just hung out with these guys, but they were allegedly these guys were connected, to certain organized crime things, and it probably just went that way because that's the way they knew how to take it. I don't know, but it
Right.
was very unfortunate for one particular person. But nowadays, if you owe somebody $1,000 for weed in Colorado, you could just take them to court and sue them. You know,
Right. Yep. That's
so, which is a little bit less violent, but more effective even.
like they always say, this day and age. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? But whatever. I mind my own business and I just try to stay out of other people's business, and it seems to work well for me because I haven't been killed or thrown in prison yet, or you know. It's funny how
Yep.
minding your own
Same
business
here.
can, just it helps a lot. So when I see people having a protest on the side of the road and there's one side yelling and screaming at the other side, I'll just stand there and watch. I'm not going to go get involved.
Yep.
Like, neither of those opinions are going to like my opinion anyway, so what's the point?
Yep. Yeah. It really because that's funny you said that because years ago I'd be like emotional about it and be like, no, I gotta say what I feel. And that never works out. But yeah, now I just sit back
Yeah,
and I just watch and I'm like, this is fun watching them do it because I'm not involved and I go home safe. I go home, period. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. And I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. Back when I was young, I think I was probably 16 at the time. It was, no, I was even younger than that. I was probably 15 even. But It's when the first Gulf War happened and all the protests were springing up all over the place, you know. And I said, I'm going to go do something. And I went and joined one of the rallies and we marched our little picket signs. No blood for oil. No blood for oil. We did all the thing and we had our demonstration. And these were happening all over the country. Did it stop them from going to war for oil? No. And then,
Right.
and then when it came to Bush #2, you know, same kind of thing. They go back to war with Iraq again. Now there's protests all over the place, and this is what kind of solidified it in my mind that politics is a waste of time, because there were all these protests that were going on outside the White House, right? And so during some interview, the reporter asked George W. Bush, well, what do you have to say to all the protesters that are outside the White House 24 hours a day? And do you have anything you say to them? And he said, I quote, he says, I don't ever listen to what the protesters say. And so then, right then and there, well, there you go. He does not care what anyone else says. So protesting is like, oh, I've got a problem tree in my yard. I'm going to go out there with a stick and whack the branches of the tree. And that'll take care of this problem tree in my yard
Right.
by whacking the branches of the tree. It doesn't do you any good. You got to dig that thing up from the root and get it out of there. But when it comes to protesting, they don't care what any of us have to say about it. So having your little protest, I mean, it might make you feel good that you're doing something and you're out there speaking your mind. But the only people that care about what your mind says is people that agree with you or the people that ignore you. So you just wind up in an echo chamber of a bunch of people that think exactly the same way you do, and you're never going to really change the mind of the opposition because their mind is already made up too, and their little echo chamber is just going to talk about you. And so to me, all of this politics and stuff is just a way to divide us all and get us to fight each other rather than to see the big picture, you know?
Yep.
And
that everything you said is exactly what I've just realized over the last like 2, maybe 3 years. But that's exactly what I've come to realize.
As soon as I heard George W. Bush say that, I don't pay any attention to what the protesters say. Well, there you go. Feel free to go redress your government, people. Feel free. They're going to ignore you. And so another example of this is I think Fab Daddy was even there. There was this Sheridan City Council in Sheridan, Colorado. They are just a bunch of corrupt. You know, they don't give crap. They're elected officials. They get their paycheck, and they don't care what you have to say. And so, some of these, the auditing community or whatever, this all started because they would not give Denver Metro Audits a photograph that some lady had taken of him on her work phone. Or it was her personal phone, but she was at work, so he wanted to FOIA request that picture, and they wouldn't give it to him, even though the law says that they had to give that to him, right? And so they would go back and make more requests, and then the cops would double down and start messing with him, and now him and Regan are getting messed with by the cops, and then there's this big, a lot of these auditors all showed up from everywhere, and they all staged a big thing.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, you remember this. Okay, so then what they started doing was going to the city council meetings to redress the government, and I love watching it. It's the most entertaining thing ever. But I always have to add in the comment thing, I said, whenever I'm addressing a brick wall, I like to just bang my head into it because that works better. Because every person that gets up there and starts speaking to these city council guys, the city council guys are all sitting up there going like this.
This is so true. Because don't get me wrong, I support those guys, but I laugh because it's so true. Whenever I'm addressing a brick wall, I just bang my.
Yeah, it works better if you bang your head on it.
It's the truth, right?
Because the city council doesn't care what the city wants. They just get their paycheck and they make their laws and they do whatever the hell they want. That's why I kind of like, though, that what these guys were doing, because they went in there and just jammed up this city council meeting and just jammed it up, man. culture jam that sucker, and I just absolutely love that because I love it. Anything that will put the sand into the gears of the government, I love that.
Yeah.
But the issue I have is when they think it will help or that the government will change their mind or something. Because the government's not going to change their mind. They're just going to ignore you because they don't care. Like
And
imagine
you're
if
right about that.
everybody
'Cause I've
like
watched so
imagine if
many
everybody
where
was forced to pay me, right? If I could force you to pay me, then the quality of my work is no longer an issue. Because if I do a bad job, you can't
still
just
got
go
to pay
somewhere
me.
else because I'm forcing you to pay me. So I don't
Yep.
even have to do a good job, and you still got to pay me. That's the
Yep.
government, man. That's what they do. They don't care what the
Exactly.
people have to say.
Because I've seen that so many times when, and just like the city council meetings when, and I could tell that like the person talking, they're passionate, and that
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm looking at the council person or the mayor or whoever's in, and they're just like,
Yeah, they're not even paying attention. They're not even
yeah,
listening.
it's
They're
like,
watching the clock, waiting for
yeah,
your
is your
3 minutes to
2 minutes
be
up?
over.
Your 2 minutes is up. All right, next, you're done.
Yeah, and this is
And
why I
it's
have
like,
no faith in any government because the way I see it is that anybody who gets that far in government is probably a psychopath anyway.
yep,
So why would they have
yep.
my interests in mind? They don't.
Yeah. That's what I've
Like
always
there's a
said.
few
Even if,
here or there. I might have voted for Ron Paul. Maybe I wrote his name in and got jury duty and wasn't real happy about that. But so far, I've not seen a single politician that I would ever trust
yeah,
or even cast a vote for them because it's like they all make wishes and promises and this and that, and then they
yeah.
get in there and they don't do any of that stuff. They just
Well, and it's like I always say too is even if someone gets into politics with good intentions and they really do want to like make like I'm gonna get into politics since I can't beat them. I'm gonna get into politics and I'm gonna do it. Doesn't matter.
mm-hmm.
They'll be corrupt within a couple
Well,
years.
yeah,
They're not
it's
gonna
the
be
old
that. They're not gonna have the same intentions. They're not gonna,
right. Well, like
it's
for instance, there's somebody I knew that was a huge fan of Marco Rubio, right? Who I always thought was Irish because I thought his name was Mark O'Rubio, but he's not. But anyway, and he had all these, oh, I'm gonna fix the world, and I'm the greatest thing since ever, and the best thing since Sunburn. And then he gets to Washington D.C. and immediately just did 180 and did all the opposite things that he said he was talking about. And that's
yep,
the game.
exactly.
It's there's a Bill Hicks joke. You remember Bill Hicks?
Oh yeah, I remember Bill Hicks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he had that joke where he said when the president gets elected, these guys show up and take him down the hall and show him a video of John F. Kennedy being assassinated from an angle that no one has ever seen before, and then they say, "Any questions?"
Oh shit, that's
Right? So that's the joke. Any questions? Because yeah, you made all these promises that you're going to do these things when you're president, but you see this video that we just showed you?
yeah. You keep those promises.
You're
Any
going to work
question?
for us. Any questions?
Yeah, that
And
is
I
so
think that's
true,
how that
man.
works. And a perfect example, like, this will probably trigger half the people in here, but, when Trump was all campaigning and he says, I'm going to do all this and that and other stuff, and I'm going to be the best of the blah, blah, blah. And then, like, he goes and has a sit down meeting with Henry Kissinger, and all of a sudden, everything changed. Now all of his rhetoric is different. Now he's not going to do those things. We're going to do these things. Because Henry Kissinger is that guy that will suck your blood.
Oh
So
yeah,
he's one of these deep state guys, and he's just the one who tells you what you're going to do. You're not going to do any of those things you said you were going to do. You're going to go along with this pandemic thing. You're going to go along with
yep,
all this. Now, of course, we could argue the merits of this or that or the other person, but I just don't think there's a such thing as anyone who could. There's the great man theory is a joke. There is no great man
yeah.
who's going to save the world. There's just not one.
All politicians are puppets, and yeah, they just do what they're told.
Yeah, yeah. and they're slaves to their own constituents, you know.
Yep. That's
So whatever, but that's why I'm an anarchist. I vote for me as king of myself, and I win every time.
right. It's
So,
yeah.
all right, man. We are at 5 hours, and I
Cool.
think we were going to
Oh
stop
shoot,
2 hours ago.
it is 5. So all right, right on. Yeah, I'll
Anyway,
close it out. I'll play one or two more of your songs for closing out, and
yeah.
yeah. Oh shoot, yeah, it's 37. I got to. I still got to return some work calls before it's too late. So, but thank you everyone who showed up. Thank you all 43 people for hitting the like button.
Yeah, awesome.
And next week, Pole Vault, who is in chat right now,
Vault.
will be here. Looking forward to that. And until next time, have a beautiful morning, a beautiful day, beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening, a beautiful night, whatever it may be, wherever you are. Much love, much aloha, and most importantly, God bless.
Aloha.
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my words, what they mean, what they say. Mother, mother, can you keep them in the dark for life? Can you hide them from the waiting world? Mother, Father, I'm gonna take your daughter out tonight. I'm gonna show her my world. Father, not about to see your light. And if you wanna find hell with me, I can show you what it's like till you're bleeding. Not about to see your light. And if you wanna find hell with me, I can show you what it's like. Mother, tell your children not to hold my hand. Tell your children not to understand. Mother, Father, do you wanna bang heads with me? Do you wanna feel everything? Father, not about to see your light. And if you wanna find hell with me, I can show you what it's like till you're bleeding. Not about to see your light. And if you wanna find hell with me, I can show you what it's like. look into the future, and I wish that it would never come. When I look into the past, I wish that there had never been one. This ecstasy goes through my mind, I don't know why. Vanished for this lost well, these pleasures fill my drowning light. You confuse my thoughts, twisting my words around, till I can't think straight anymore. I want this darkness to end. Oh, but it won't. This torture haunts me. It creeps into my dreams at night. I wake up crying at the nightmare. Oh, but I know that it's all in my head. Why can't I live? Well, it's walking around like a ghost inside of me. So they're killing me. You confuse my thoughts, twisting my words around, till I can't think straight anymore. Calling from the distance, and I tried to put it in the back of my head, and I tried to ignore it. Oh, but I can't, I need a fix. Cause it's addiction I have, it's not a drug. It's just a state of my nightmare. And why I need it, who knows why, I don't know why. I just can't think straight anymore. This addiction I have is so powerful. It makes me crazy the way I breathe. And why we all need it, who knows why, I don't know why. I just can't think straight anymore. No one can think straight anymore. We just can't think straight anymore.